Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Most people across the world don't really conceptualize the idea that the US is not only violating international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter globally, internationally, they are also violating the principles of the UN Charter domestically, which is something that we really need to talk about, especially in this day and age, especially after the elections that we saw. You need to understand that the US is quite literally a war zone. A war against itself. The government is at war against the people, just like they're at war against the people of the entire world. And something that highlights this a lot is the numbers of the people, the amount of people being killed on a daily basis. I mean, 117 people are murdered in the United States of America every single day on average, just by gun violence. 117 people in a population with 300 million. What's another country with a population around 300 million? Oh, it's Indonesia. How many people killed there on a daily basis in 2022? 2 people on average. 2 people on average killed every day, in comparison to 117 killed just through gun violence in the United States of America absolutely every single day. The amount of people killed in Indonesia in 2022 was 832 people, right? To reach that number of an entire year of people killed in Indonesia, you just have to live 1 week in the United States of America. 1 week, and they reached an entire year of the amount of people killed in Indonesia just through gun violence. That number is absolutely diabolical. It is a number that you will only ever see in war zones. Like absolutely every single war zone in the entire world combined. Children who are either killed or injured. This is prior to the genocide that began in Gaza. There are 27 children who are either injured or killed in every single war zone combined worldwide. In the US, do you wanna give it a guess? Does anyone want to give me a number of children who are either injured or killed just through gun violence on a daily basis in the United States of America? Can anyone put down a number in there? Do you think it's gonna come close to absolutely every single war zone combined? Because it is. In the world.
This is the cipher dream. Ahora Babylon real. En esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice? Llaman a real. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal silence, physical redemption hasta cacacar el baile. Typical style, musical fraile. Muchas las promesas las que se han llevado al aire. Love, 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 siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cypher, feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Muerdan los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas. Más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa. No tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza. Las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza. La belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vuelta que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school. It's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de velour, pero calidez del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killaman, Smoker, Chusta, feel like a Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, original a reggae Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, de los Kalin en la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, so start my friend, reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, creating the freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy, represent this game.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Falta presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer, que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así, y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from, solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, Killaman al mando. Oh na na na.
Los soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios, para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre en mi imaginario, quemo cheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
What up? All right, think I got I have this fixed. Yes, it is fixed. Oh, hold on a second, family. Let me hide this real quick. Whew. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. What do we got today here? Let me see. Let me add some pictures real quick here. You guys saw the title. Let's get to the point. Let me say what's up to everybody. First of all, saludos, buenas noches, buenos dias, buenas tardes. You finally showed up. I called you out the other day. You never showed, so what a joke. But, you know, you throw cheese out there, bro. Rats will come. Rats will come. What up? All will be revealed. Flags for Trump. Yeah, bro. Let's go to the facts. Because I'm getting tired of seeing all these videos about y'all blaming Hispanics and shit. You guys forget. Ah, man. You know, it's funny that you assume, a lot of you that believe in the system, right? Assume that people are going to always ride with you, even though you're spitting in their face. I don't understand that. In this channel, we've always kept it real with regards to what we see, historically speaking, and who did what. We've never lied. Ever. At least not that I know. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Good to have you here, bro. Estudiante for wisdom. What up? What up? Good to have you, bro. Shalom, Yeshayahu. There you go. Boy, oh boy, right? Anyways, look, listen, I want to read the scripture real quick because we're going to bring a lot of scripture today. Lately, I've been showing some videos, but today we're going to go back and forth, right? Yeah, I know you know how I roll. I've been at this on video online for almost 2 years now. Actually, more than 2 years, but y'all have been doing this since 2017, 2018, bro. Anyways, Sirach 12:10 says, never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. And that goes for everybody, man. Whether it's a so-called brother that says yeah, I believe I'm keeping the commandments, or the other nation. Or the other nation. I mean, you guys really think that they're going to save you? You really put faith in a system that has never cared for y'all? And then now, and I kept telling you, have faith in the Most High. Have faith in the Most High. But no, some of y'all went and voted. Now you're part of this beast. If you thought that there was one way to mark yourself, yeah, you just did it. You done did it, man. And a lot of you were fooled, bro. So let me share something with you before I go into another scripture here real quick. I don't know why he keeps showing up over there. Hold on a second. Give me a second. This guy made a lot of sense. He made a lot of sense, to be quite frank with you. Check this out. Look what he says, all right? Here we go. So you guys like to hear, I don't know. Here, let me read it first. I guess maybe, just kind of moved to read it first. So let me read it first. Isaiah chapter 30, verse 1. It says, woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord. We call him Yahoo. Some people have a different name. We're not demanding certain things. Everybody is working to get a better understanding. So you understand. That take counsel. Let me read it again. Woe to the rebellious children that saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, that covereth with a covering, but not of my spirit. No, you believe in the man that says he's going to pass laws. Oh, but he's not going to do certain things to me or my family, even though they're illegals. But no, we're the good illegals. But not of me, not of the Most High. Shoot, not even in the Messiah's message. And that covereth with the covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. What do you guys do? Prefer? No. Matter of fact, people told you left and right, yo, I wouldn't get involved. There's many cams that do have some sense, and I mean that. But a lot of you guys believe in the system. Verse 9, that is a rebellious people, lying children. If you're a liar, you want to be lied to as well. Children that will not hear the law of the Lord. Those say now, Christians, right-wingers, all of a sudden now you guys care. How? You pick and choose what laws you want, and then you throw the other ones behind your back, just like Psalms, which say to the seer, see not, no. Trump's not going to deport the good illegal immigrants. He's going to only deport the criminals. We're going to hear this stupid crap again, man. And to the prophets, prophesy not to us the right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceit. Christian magic is once again at hand. Total Christian magic. Y'all didn't really get it. Get you out of the way. Turn the side of the path. Cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from us before us. Literally, we're telling you the truth. Y'all don't want to hear it. You claim now, all of a sudden, I voted for Trump because it was anti-abortion. That was your excuse, right? That was your excuse to vote in the first place. But at the same time, you didn't realize that you were damaging a lot of other people. Here's one example. So you guys want to hear lies? Let's get educated on these lies. Let's go.
You lie to people who want to be lied to. If you want to make a living, you tell the truth to people who want to hear the truth. And if you want to go broke, tell the truth to people who want to be lied to.
I get it.
That's how you make money.
Okay. So where should I do stocks? Should I do crypto?
No, you don't remember that. Here's my only advice to you. Don't use the market to make money. Use the market to grow money. The moment you think you're going to use the market to make money is when you lose your money. Make your money outside the market. Use the market to grow the money. Because let me tell you something. Rich is not wealthy. My only advice to you. Don't use the market to make money. Use the market to grow money. The moment you think you're going to use the market to make money is when you lose your money. Make your money outside the market. Use the market to grow the money. Because
I'll give you one example of how that also works. Give you one example. Elon Musk purchased Twitter. And instead of using Twitter for a market sense to get money from marketing, right? Remember he said, fuck you to the marketing people? They're like, I'm not going to market in your channel. He didn't care. Why? Because he didn't use that system to benefit from the market within. He used the system as a market in itself to benefit long-term, which is why he used systems to propagandize you dumbasses into believing, that certain people are going to do certain things. And in reality, it's the same beast. You just chose one that is much more uglier than what we wanted to deal with. That's how I'll put it. Let's go.
Let me tell you something. Rich is not wealthy. Somebody who has a lot of money in their bank account may be rich. Somebody who has a lot of things is rich. But they're living paycheck to paycheck. When that money stops coming in, they're fucked. Wealthy is when that money is making money for you. That's how assets work. Buy assets, not liabilities. You want to get...
You see this? So you want to get rich? What did Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all these right-wingers do? If you guys don't look up this information, right-winger channels, right? People that are pro-Trump were making boatload of cash with these podcasts. Why? This has been going on since 2012, by the way. So before you guys go and blame people, right? This is why I called it Negro Hate Exposed, because we're going to see how this has been going on and why you guys are all of a sudden surprised that Hispanics voted, first of all, and then voted right wing. Well, let's go back a little bit. Why did this channel even begin in the first place? Remember us that understand this particular so-called genre? What have we been dealing with? Black-only Israelites, Wobboism, FBAs, what else? Pan-Africanism, constantly in our face, some telling us we don't belong here, some telling us they're the foundation, some telling us we're white people, the other one telling us what else? We're a mixture of a nutsack. So then now when people start getting the sense, and then on top of that, you see the actual paleteros, street vendors getting beat up. I mean, come on, family. Come on, man. Why are we being ignorant to our own demise? You guys want to blame somebody? Apparently it's hey, well, shit, blame the Mexicans once again. Blame the fucking Mexicans once again. Lamentations 4:17, and for you dumbasses, just so even fucking voting in the first place. Wow, my God, bro, like for real. Lamentation 4:17, as for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help in our watching. Oh, Trump, he won't deport certain people. He'll deport the bad illegal immigrants. It's like me saying, well, he'll deport people like those Mexicans, not like mine, you know what I mean? Because like I know 2 languages and I own this and I da 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 da. Bullshit don't matter, bro. It don't matter. It don't matter. As for our eyes, as for us, you brothers that I've talked to showed you historically with books and all who you are according to the Bible. I'm even going to show you a newsletter from 1828, I believe, how they're even talking about it again. But no, you run to the enemy. You run to a religion or people that claim to be religious. You say, oh, it's because Trump wanted to, ban abortion. The fucking guy's been raping people, touching women in private areas. Okay, so what the Christian part are you talking about at the end? He sold you a Bible with his name on it. He made money off of it. I mean, for God's sakes. I thought the scriptures of the Most High were supposed to not cost you a damn thing. I didn't realize salvation was so profitable. But again, our eyes are yet fail for our vain help, and it leads to nothing. Why? Because you guys went again and voted. Oh, no, them Republicans are anti this. Yeah. We're conservative fucking Hispanics. Well, guess what? In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. Now, why am I saying that? First of all, let me show you guys this real quick. I thought this was very interesting. Let's enjoy this real quick. It's going to go a few minutes. I don't care if you guys, watch it or not. I appreciate it if you do, but it's very thorough. And if you understand or try to understand where I'm coming from, then you should know why I bring things up. So let's go.
Or public figure, regardless of the controversial. Have you ever encountered someone who staunchly defends a politician, leader, or public figure, regardless of the controversial statements they make? I'm sure we've all seen those devotees who passionately praise their chosen idol despite obvious flaws in logic and judgment. Let me ask you this. Have you ever been baffled by why an otherwise intelligent friend blindly follows a pundit who routinely argues against common interest? Or why someone excuses a wealthy businessman's callous policies by pointing to their financial success as proof of profound wisdom? If you've had frustrating experiences with seemingly intelligent yet stubborn devotees of irrational leaders or policies, then you'll likely relate to Carlo Cipola's famous writings on human behavior. Cipolla was an economic historian and professor who formally studied and classified various types of foolish thinking, teaching at the University of California, Berkeley. In the 1970s, Cipolla became fascinated by patterns of stupidity and unintelligent decision-making across societies throughout history. While we often think of stupidity as simply a lack of knowledge,
Hey, I want you guys to pay attention that this is a spiritual understanding here. He talked about this in the 70s. Remember the video I showed you guys, the demise of the beast, and its run was from 1870 to 1970, right? We saw that video, if you guys are watching. Well, here we're talking about now in the 1970s, he's talking about the mental demise of people. So again, and that's where the actual, how can I say it? Yeah, the wages became stagnant. Never do you actually were able to benefit from the good old days. This is why we're here today. This is why we got a lot of racism, picking people for the wrong reasons, thinking you're doing the right thing. Oh man, y'all done fucked up. You brought a spirit to the air that a couple brothers I've talked to, which I've been sensing, you guys brought upon something you should have never asked for. You brought, man. Anyways, let's continue because I'm not kidding.
Became fascinated by patterns of stupidity and unintelligent decision-making across societies throughout history. While we often think of stupidity as simply a lack of knowledge or intelligence, Cipolla argued it has fundamental laws and predictable root causes independent of other traits. His satirical yet insightful treatise proposes that human stupidity follows distinct mathematical patterns, governing choices that go against common sense and self-interest. As the basis for his theory, Cipolla categorized people into 4 behavioral groups. The intelligent, those who benefit both themselves and others. The bandits, those who benefit only themselves by harming others. The unfortunate, those who cause harm while trying to help others. The stupid, those who harm both themselves and others. Cipolla argued it's this last group of stupid people, driven by an innate tendency towards nonsensical decisions that damage even their own interests, that baffles intelligent observers. And the root causes driving such stupidity come.
And this is the bottom part that we're talking about today. The fucking sideways. The stupid. The stupidos. Those who harm both themselves and others. What the fuck would you guys, excuse my language, family. I know I'm bringing up scripture, man, but I'm just like, we're going to see a video where we there's this gentleman that, like, dude, oh man, like, I'll just let him finish and you'll know what I'm talking about. Pay attention to the stupid one. The unfortunate, let's read it together, man. Let's just read it. The intelligent, those who benefit both themselves and others. Now, in case you Christians don't know, because apparently we're dealing with Christians now, right? Apparently Christians want to keep the commandments of God. They love the Lord. I had a good scripture right here. Hopefully I can find it again. Give me a second. I just had it here. What's up? Don't be losing it, bro. It was actually talking about... Oh, here it goes right here. Proverbs 30. Thank you, Father. Check this out. Verse 7. It says, 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me them not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Did we not experience this vanity and lie all propagandized in front of your eyes? Man, come on. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Scriptures say, don't be greedy. Feed me with good food convenient for me, lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. Meaning, unless I'm too rich and I forget about you and not keep the commandments, honor my brother and sister, honor my father and my mother, honor my wife and my children, right? Unless I get rich and I get egotistical and I don't give a damn about nobody, or I be too poor and I have to break the laws because I need to steal. He says, don't give me, just at least feed me enough of what I need. We all need different, you know what I'm saying? We all have levels of need. But again, it's talking about being modest. Have you guys showed any modesty since you've been here since 1492? Was there any modesty in the sword that you came across and burned our people as well when you hung us by 13s? Because that includes all of you Europeans. All of a sudden now, we're the illegal immigrants, right? And by the way, you dumbasses that follow them. Once again, Lamentation 4 and 17 should come to mind. Your vain help. You look for a nation that ain't going to help you. All of a sudden, you voted and said, hey, he's not going to deport me. Oh, yeah, he is. You're going to be the first one. It's sad, man. Let's continue. Oh, wait, hold on. Before I go. To intelligent, those who benefit both themselves and others, the bandit. Those who benefit only themselves by harming others. You know what? To you,
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
those are those guys, those that voted for the sake of, yeah. And you're going to listen to the voice of this man, the hatred in his speech. I don't know any other way to identify the bandit. Those who benefit only themselves by harming others. That's a Christian for you, right? You came with the sword. You forced your religion. How is it that you consider yourselves Gentiles when Gentiles weren't forced to convert? I don't remember Gentiles being forced to convert with the sword. How come you white Anglo-Saxon Protestants feel that that was the need? And now you're speaking in those terms. But again, you want to keep the laws of God? Let's do it. You know how many of you guys would die if you really brought this Bible to effect? You know how many of you guys would die right effing now? 99.9% of y'all, including that orangutan that you chose. Let's go. The unfortunate, those who cause harm while trying to help others, the idiots basically, and the stupid ones, those who harm both themselves and others, those ones that all of a sudden they're collecting Social Security, right, and working part-time, white people, and then saying it's the Mexicans that are taking advantage of the benefits. They're on disability, working part-time, not reporting the income, and then yet the Mexicans are the ones that are stealing out the systems. Let's continue.
From characteristic flaws like arrogance, self-delusion, persistent ignorance, absent-mindedness, and more.
I let us skip a little bit. Give me a second.
Sepulchre's intelligent observers.
Let's read this real quick.
And the root causes driving such stupidity come from characteristic flaws like arrogance, self-delusion, persistent ignorance, absent-mindedness,
and more. Arrogance, self-delusion, the doctrine of discovery, manifest destiny, the papal bull of 1492. You actually believed that God gave the Pope you the authority to take over land and supposedly convert people to this religion that you're claiming that you practice today thoroughly by the Bible, which you don't. All of a sudden now you tell certain people, oh, well, you can't do that. But again, the arrogance of you believing that you're chosen. Like the Chodes over there in Palestine, killing people, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers that have nothing to do with the war. They're killing them. But you guys have oh no, it's the Mexicans that did it. Right? You blame them. Do you guys forget what's going on in Palestine? Well, are we stupid now? I mean, it's still going on. But no, you guys didn't vote on our side. What do you mean? When the hell were we invited in the first place? And then how the hell do you even make it friendly for certain people? They're already stupid. You made them even more stupid with that fucking arrogance. Persistent ignorance. The fact that inflation or blaming other people, the 4%, or other countries that you have enjoyed the resources from, which is why you're having issues now with regards to the cost of things. You're not able to take advantage of them as much anymore. Sorry, kids. 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, you know, those ones that are like around younger than me, right? That are complaining and voting for these people. Let's put it this way. We all fucking missed out, dumbasses, okay? The good old days, bye-bye. Every empire has to move on. The absent-mindedness. Oh, well, you know, if I vote for Trump, he won't deport me because we're the good immigrants. You know, we got jobs and shit. Let's continue.
And more. Sepulchre's first law of stupidity is, always and inevitably, everyone underestimates the number of stupid individuals in circulation. Here, Sepulchre means that people assume at any given time that individuals thinking or acting stupidly must be a small fringe group among the general population. We figure societies couldn't function otherwise if a large number of people didn't behave rationally most of the time. Yet, as Sepulchre points out, this assumption underestimates just how many stupid people exist, and how ready large segments of the population are to think and do stupid things. Like in Germany in the 1930s, when millions of ordinary citizens supported the extremely aggressive and unjustified actions of the Nazi Party, enabling.
And we're back at it again. That's why Ecclesiastes 1:9 is a beautiful scripture. What has been before, it is today, and what it is today, it'll happen tomorrow. He said that, bro. Hey, he said that. We are going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious. Stick around for that shit.
Enabling enormous atrocities that brought no benefit to average German families. The world was horrified to realize how regular teachers, doctors, musicians could enable such unrestrained racism and cruelty when caught up in nationalist frenzy, instead of recognizing it as a moment of profound stupidity. Cipolle's second law of stupidity states, the probability that a certain person is stupid is independent of any other characteristic of that person. Here Cipolla means that even wealthy, educated, skilled people can also be stupid. Cipolla considered stupidity as a human characteristic, like having blonde hair or black eyes. Cipolla posits stupidity is a variable that remains constant across all populations. Every category one can imagine, gender, race, nationality, education level, income, possesses a percentage of stupid people. There are stupid college professors. There are stupid people at Davos and at the UN General Assembly. There are stupid people in every nation on Earth.
That's why that book I showed you many times by Edward Bernays called Propaganda, they need that in order for you guys to be civil. They need stupid leaders with stupid ideas, with stupid greed, and stupid interests to lead stupid sheep. And you know why I say stupid? Because when you don't read and you don't study and you really don't believe in this book, you're going to get caught up in the sauce. I am thankful and I thank the Most High that he has led me this path because I can see all the BS that was happening. And I'm you know, I'd hate to, I was telling my wife this morning and I did get very emotional. I'm not going to lie, because I've been reading these books regarding our past and wetback operation, repatriation, all that thorough stuff, you know, and I never thought I'd see the day where I would see what I've been reading. And that shit hit. It hit home. It hit. What if I see it? Because it ain't really affecting, but what if I see it? Let's go.
Look at all the educated fans who become blind devotees of music or movie stars, for example, suspending good judgment no matter what their beloved celebrity says or does. The star's talent and fame somehow paralyze the part of fans' brains that should foster critical thinking. Similarly, many people automatically assume business leaders must make good choices just because they became wealthy. Yet history shows seeking profits need have nothing to do with wisdom in other domains. Such leaders gain followings of people who leave their own judgment aside. Cipolla's third law of stupidity is, a stupid person is a person who causes losses to another person, or to a group of persons, while himself deriving no gain and even possibly incurring losses.
See? A stupid person. Let me get that for you, brother. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that shit. Thank you very much. And I don't mean what you posted. I appreciate what you mean. By the way, I am working on my... When I bring up the Bible, I don't like to cuss. You know what I mean? But I'm so used to it, and I apologize for that. I was going to say the shit again. And it was Matthew 6:22. It says, the light of the body is the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. But if thine eye be evil, thy whole body shall be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? If therefore the light that is in thee be darkness, how great is that darkness? This is why in Genesis 4 it said, sin lieth at the door. Genesis 4, sin lieth at the door. Genesis 4:7. That's why it says, you that sin, adultery isn't when you commit adultery, it's the moment that you perceive it and in your mind you would like it's because it's a pattern to wickedness. James 1:14-15 talks exactly about the pattern of wickedness. Here it says that even if you have one glimpse of but you know, I want to make more money and I'm tired of buying the expensive eggs and milk. They won't deport that many of us, bro. We'll find a way to come back. Right there. You didn't give a shit about your brethren. But if thine eye be evil, the whole body is, like, for example, man, that's what I'm telling you, family. What I've been bringing up, I don't have evil or like, I can't, nah, bro. I don't hate like that. I'm disgusted with what I found in history, but I don't have hate like, man, people deserve to die that way. That's messed up, bro. You can't be doing that to families. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. You don't mess with moms and children, bro. You don't do that. You don't do that, man. You don't do that to elders, to women and children. You don't do that. You don't mess with them, bro. But this nation of people don't give a damn. So even one drop of wickedness, guess what? Goes a long way. You guys want to talk about commandments? Oh, the right, the right. You know what I'm saying? We're conservative and we love God and we believe in Jesus. Yeah, that's why you've been telling us that Jesus came and did away with the laws. All of a sudden now it matters. Y'all are hypocrites, man. You're full of crap. So, Psalms 82:3, defend the poor and the fatherless. That's exactly clearly as light as day right there. But again, scriptures say, if your light be in darkness, how dark is that light? Do justice to the afflicted and the needy. Let the Most High do the judgment. But no, man, y'all forgot. What you guys forget? In 1820 and 1830, you were still bringing immigrants from Europe. How illegal were they? Were they Christians? You said it was okay if they were Christians, but these so-called illegals, they're Christians too. Most of them are Catholics. What are you talking about? You say you're a Christian nation. You want Christian people. They're Christians. Is that a problem, or is it the skin tones? Because they look like me, right? That's what it is. Stop lying, man. You brought that attitude and spirit since 1492. How is it going to ever change? Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hands of the wicked. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. They walk in darkness. If your light be in darkness, how dark is your light? They walk in darkness. Wicked people do wicked things. And do stupid things too.
What Cipolla means here is that people or entities that behave stupidly inevitably cause harm, trouble, or negative outcomes for others around them, even when they gain nothing from their stupid actions themselves and may in fact make their own situation worse. For example, destructive authoritarian governments through history that pursued brutal, corrupt policies at the expense of their own citizens. Such regimes caused tremendous financial losses and suffering for millions of people, while the ruling class hoarded power and wealth only for themselves. Most authoritarian leaders ultimately damaged their own nations as well, once popular discontent and economic decline reached tipping points.
Scriptures are a beautiful thing. They really are a beautiful thing. Ecclesiastes 1:9 says, the thing that had been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done, it is that which shall be done. And there's no new thing under the sun. The past is now, the now will be later. 3:15 says exactly the same thing. That which has been is now. Meaning the past is right now, right? What did we see earlier? He brought up the actual hit Nazis. 1920? 1923? Not that far. That's when it all started, by the way. That which had been is now, and that which is to be had already been. Excuse me, had been. And God required that which is the past. See? So don't be surprised when we hear this and see this and we're like, wait a minute, didn't just occur? Didn't they just do this? Didn't they just kind of vote this way? Yeah. He's about to unleash a beast. We're going to see.
Most authoritarian leaders ultimately damaged their own nations as well, once popular discontent and economic decline reached tipping points. Their unjustified cruelty brought harm all around, despite promising prosperity if people trusted them as saviors. Cipolla's fourth law of stupidity. Non-stupid people always underestimate saviors. Decline reached tipping points. The unjustified cruelty brought harm all around, despite promising prosperity if people trusted them as saviors.
See? Didn't they trust Trump as a savior? Don't they trust him as a savior? Let's go.
Cipolla's fourth law of stupidity. Non-stupid people always underestimate the damaging power of stupid individuals. In particular, non-stupid people constantly forget that at all times and places and under any circumstances to deal and or associate with stupid people always turns out to be a costly mistake. Here, Cipolla emphasizes how people behaving sensibly downplay or dismiss the influence and impact stupid people can have by making terrible decisions others then enable or follow. We expect societies to course correct against irrational beliefs gaining ground, but as countless historical cases show, it takes very few people in power doing or enabling stupid things for far-reaching harm to be unleashed, costing lives, destroying wealth, and collapsing systems. And
see? Stupid leaders, stupid followers, stupid things, stupid decisions. All it ends up doing stupid things.
Non-stupid people perpetuate the problems by giving stupidity the benefit of doubt rather than confronting the risks it poses when left unchecked. Dictators have triggered widespread wars and violence by whipping up the stupid tendencies in human nature that rational people thought would be restrained by others. Cipolla's fifth law of
that rational people thought would be, there's no way that he would do that. He's got people that would be in the way. Like, no, the Congress is theirs now. Whatever he decides is going to manifest. So if he, I mean, he said he was going to use the Insurrection Act of the 1790s, as well as the Alien Act, which means he will deport whoever he feels is an alien, and then he can deport or arrest whoever he feels or they feel that are against the system. Meaning, if you're like myself, this channel, they will arrest me because I'm against what they're trying to impose. That's the Insurrection Act. And now with the court system saying that he's got immunity for anything, what has been shall be, and what those that were, man, listen, again, let me let the scripture move. Let me just go.
Poses when left unchecked. Dictators have triggered widespread wars and violence by whipping up the stupid tendencies in human nature that rational people thought would be restrained by others. Cipolle's fifth law of stupidity is, a stupid person is more dangerous than a pillager. In this law, Cipolla argues that individuals behaving stupidly pose far greater risks than those he categorized as bandits, meaning people acting out of self-interest at the expense of others. While bandits seek to maximize their own benefits regardless of harm, they generally don't seek to inflict damage for its own sake, if there is no personal gain. On the other hand, stupid individuals can generate utterly pointless harm and destruction through their foolish choices and...
See that? This right here. The bandit. People acting out of self-interest at the expense of others. 99-cent stores, Walmarts, all of those inexpensive stores. All the pricing was due to the fact that other countries had to be poor. And now that's all for its self-interest, all because of this arrogance, the delusion that you were some superior nation. Because that's what the manifest destiny meant. That's what it did. Doctrine of discovery, Monroe Doctrine, all of those things. That's what it comes from. You felt that you were superior. You guys as a nation. Let's go. Because this is what stupid people do. They continue that. And then when it's going to benefit me, maybe now. But the rich, the elitists don't give a damn about you guys. Y'all are just collateral damage.
Beliefs, even without benefiting themselves. And without regard for collateral damage. Destructive social movements often arise and gain ground because enough stupid people buy into irrational ideologies that scapegoat or dehumanize vulnerable groups. Within such movements, say a government or violent mob, bandits certainly exploit others' stupidity for personal gain when given the chance. However, it takes a far greater number of true stupid followers to enable harm and suffering on vast scales over time. As Cipolla concludes, because stupid people inflict severe damage that is utterly unjustified and helps no one. While undermining their own self-interest, they pose exponentially higher risks than those merely acting out of selfishness.
And you're going to hear this person who has political power, who he said he's going to take, I guess, free the January 6 people and give them positions, especially the dude with the big horns. They're going to have positions within their organization. They're doing time in jail, and he's going to wave all that away. Just wave it away.
Even bandits depend on moderating their greed to avoid total ruin. But stupidity has no such self-regulation. This makes unchecked stupidity the most dangerous societal threat. In short, Carlo Cipolla aimed to explain why acts of stupidity that harm others keep happening throughout history. His 5 laws remind us that stupid thinking is more common than smart people like to admit. When waves of foolish beliefs grip societies, damage often spreads before rational folks realize what's happening. We see this again and again when crowds blindly follow leaders lacking wisdom or compassion. Nazi Germany stands out as one such horrific case among many. Yet Cipolla argues that since people who think sensibly will always outnumber those acting stupidly, we can limit the damage if we remain vigilant. Staying alert to humanity's tendency towards foolish acts before they spiral is key. When enough sensible people speak reason early on, stupid beliefs gain less traction with the wider public over time. So, while Cipolla's laws are gloomy about levels of stupidity lurking among all populations, he says rational people have strength in numbers to reduce its harmful influence on society. We must simply never underestimate or dismiss its abundance and appeal. In this way, accepting the persistence of stupid thinking makes containing it more possible.
Wow, man. Wow, bro, that's fire. My bad, wrong buttons, man. That's crazy. Because, you know, the brother, thank you, Brother Wade, for sending me that video, man. It actually is tailor-made for this class. Honestly, man. That's why I was blown away by the fact that you texted to me. I was like, damn, it's actually the topic. Let me get that real quick. Revelation 18:3. Now, this is just something that me personally, I've never been one to say these things. Oh, gotta leave. But you know what? For those that can, you should. I'm already planning. This nation did something. This nation did something. Protect yourselves if that's the case. Revelation 18:1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. Right? Go to verse 3. Verse 4. Then it says, and he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils. Only a wicked ass person can wish for greed for the sake of others' pain. Only a wicked ass person can say, well, it's because it's abortion. From a man that probably has done it more times than probably you who voted for him, and who's probably abused more women than you ever could imagine, and who's broke a lot of laws of the Bible that you don't even know about, and the hold of every foul spirit. Oh, we love God. You guys are wicked, but laws are done away with. How confusing is that? And hold of every foul spirit and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Now, who's going to put you guys in cages? They talk about that. He's going to put babies in cages. That's what the brother said. So just like how it is going to be for us, it'll be for you. In case you don't know, Bible is very clear about that. It has become the habitation of devils and the hold of every foul spirit and a cage of every unclean, hateful bird. Guess what? You build that wall. Go ahead and stay in your space. Stay in your space. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. Oh no, they will save us. They're good people. They mean no harm. They're Christians, right? Right? Really? They're Christians. That's why they blame certain people. They blame Mexican people and Chinese people for bringing fentanyl over here. About 100,000 people die of actual addiction, right? Okay, fair. But nobody forces drugs upon you. Now, here's a catch, family. 150,000 people, by the way, die every year just of alcohol. What are you going to do now? Are you going to blame Mexican beer now? Or are you going to blame Chinese beer or white beer or black beer? If there's such a thing. Yeah, there is. You know what I'm saying? So what is it? When is it the addictive person's fault or the actual drug's fault? Whose is it? Whose fault is it? Like, for example, if you don't know how to manage credit and creditors are offering me credit, it is their fault that they're offering me credit. It's their fault. I don't know how to manage my credit because, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, they're tempting me. That's what you're saying. It's the people that sell it instead of the people that use it. They're the ones at fault. Yeah, right. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. They actually lied to y'all and said, yes, these people, 4% of the population, they're the ones smuggling people and children and are getting our children all drugged out. It's their fault. The fucking Mexican wetbags, they came to my door and delivered the fucking fentanyl in my son's nose, and that's why he snorted it, because he wanted to learn how to speak Spanish. God's sakes. For all nations have drunk the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. Why? We see what's going on in Palestine. Nobody's saying a damn thing. No, you guys are entertained by, hey, I'm going to get to vote today. And the merchants of the earth are wax rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people. Now, I've never been expressful this way. I remember when people were saying, oh, yeah, you got to leave Babylon, bro. And I was like, yeah, whatever. But no, you know what, man? This is Jacob's trouble now. That ye be not partakers of her sins, because I don't know if I can stand watching my gente being deported. I don't think I can stand watching it happen. I don't think I can. I told my kids, and my kids are, man, my family's down. They're like, yeah, let's go. All my children are born here. And I'm a citizen too, but you know what? Just the spirit of being around hateful people, bro. I don't want to give my children over to you, God, to y'all, or my son to marry one of these damn wicked ass women. In secret, y'all, you guys want to claim to be some Christian nation? Tell me where it says in the Bible that you're supposed to celebrate Halloween, or Thanksgiving, or Christmas, or Valentine's Day, or New Year's Eve. Tell me where in the Bible it says that you're supposed to have a Memorial Day, and that you guys call these so-called days holidays, like hollow days, like holy days. You guys call your days off holy days. How is that Christian? Oh, but it's so Christian to consider wanting to deport and separate families who are sincerely trying. 4% of the population are the ones you're complaining about, and then you're complaining about the small percentage of those 4% that are probably doing some crimes. Yeah, exactly. Deported, and then he says he's going to invade Mexico, supposedly to fucking attack Mexico now because of the cartel. Now they're terrorists. Is that what you guys want? Really? That's Christian right there. That's Jesus. Is that the white Jesus that came in 1492? Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. I will not stand watching my gente go through this shit. I don't care. I don't fucking care. If I gotta lose money, I don't care. Man, this shit, oh God, man, this is man, I don't understand y'all, bro. You guys have no love, no compassion, bro. Nothing. You guys are heartless. You're a heartless nation of people. Heartless. And we got dumbasses too, by the way. We're gonna listen to a dumbass right now. Yeah, and you want to know why? That's probably because they're expecting some people to go back there too. So they're like, you know what? We got to make space for our gente. That's probably what's going on. They're moving space because people are going down there. That's for sure, brother. That's without a doubt. Reward her double what she has rewarded you. Deported, and then he says he's going to invade Mexico to fight the cartel. Mexico forces will help them, supposedly. We have stupid Mexicans or Mexi-KKKs. They're saying Trump should go ahead and take out cartel because it will bring crime down. Some of our gente are straight up stupid. Yeah, I mean, some. Did you just not see what it said? A lot of them, bro. A lot of them are fucking pendejos. This will lead to the collateral damage, as they call it, if it does happen. I told you there's something in the air, but let's listen to some more stupids.
Hundreds or thousands of people who already have criminal records. If deporting them creates a mass deportation, I'm all for it.
But what if rounded up in all of that are people who work on a farm? They're doing the jobs that Americans don't want to do. Does that worry you?
That wouldn't be fair. Of course, they need to make sure that they don't throw away, they don't kick out, they don't deport people that are family oriented.
But maybe upon Washington, D.C., would you be that?
This is what I'm saying. When stupid people do stupid things, then real bad shit happens. This is a so-called Christian right here. This is a so-called Christian. And he thinks he knows the Bible. I will debate his white ass any day of how wrong he is about this beautiful book that belongs to our gente. The real Hebrews. I don't care what you guys say. So now let's listen to some Christians, the good old white Christians that sat next to you guys. You guys went to church with, el gringo es mi amiguito. Oh, you guys, the ones you guys married your daughters to that voted for Trump while you guys were, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Let's listen to this Christian shit right here.
That's sweet red hot lava for us.
Number 3, we're going to deport. We're going to deport a lot of people, 10 million people and growing. Anchor babies, their parents, their grandparents. We're going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious.
We're going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious. Tell me where, Mr. White Man, does it say in the Bible, since you're a Christian, that you're supposed to do that? Any right-wingers want to hit the link? Any so-called Christian? Any Christmas Christian wants to hit the link today? No BHIs today, please. I think I'm riding on your side today. I don't want to sway away from the topic because I will expose the actual hate. I don't get it. How are you guys? Are you guys Israel? Wait, I don't understand. What laws are we talking about here? When I say to you, Christmas Christians do not keep the laws of God, you guys say, oh, Jesus did away with the laws. So what are we talking about? What are you complaining about? That they broke the laws, but you're breaking the laws of God every day. So are we judging you based on the Bible? Because it says if you are, then let's go. 99.9% of y'all should be dead today then.
We're going to detain a lot of people in the DC Gulag and Gitmo, and list number 5, I'm going to recommend a lot of pardons. Every January 6th defendant is going to get a pardon, especially my hero Hornman. He is definitely at the top of the pardon list.
And just like that, they are even more emboldened. No matter how many times Fox News tried to walk Trump back on his comments pledging that he'd come after political rivals, he never wavered. Which, to those of us paying attention, meant that he had every intention of doing so. And according to these vulgar words by Trump lawyer Mike Davis, yeah, it's fully on the...
Hey, look, and for you so-called, like, the Negro hate, this applies to you too. Because what was that guy? I have the link. Matter of fact, I'll show the link. You're going to see him all dressed up in, like, a fucking Confederate shit, bro. Literally. Oh, but hey, you know what? He's one of them. Let's go.
The cards day one.
Mike, I've never called for lava to rain down from the heavens, but maybe upon Washington, D.C. Would you be that sweet red hot lava for us?
I've never.
Look, I'll give you one example. They say they believe in God and they follow the Bible. Okay, the Most High does require you to wear a beard. Why the F are you guys not wearing a beard? Why do you guys want to look like females? And I'm going to do a quick segment on these people. Why they are this way. The mindset of them. It ain't just about supposedly certain people hate. It's going to be hate in general. It's a hateful nation. Okay, so where's your beard, Christian? The Bible said not to shave. It clearly says it not to. Which part of the laws are we going to follow? The ones that you guys want to follow? Or are we talking about the old laws or which ones? Because you say don't abort babies. In the New Testament, does it say not to? In the Old Testament, it does. So are we going by the Old Testament laws? Let's go, because I would love to. 99.9% of y'all should be dead based on the Bible if you really claim to be a Christian, following the laws of God. Let's go.
Never been called sweet, and you call me Sweet Ginger. So I think I meant then. During my 3-week reign of terror.
Oh, by the way, my camera warmed up. I got to shut it off for a little bit, okay? So just give me about maybe 10, 15 minutes. It'll cool down.
As Trump acting attorney general, before I get chased out of town with my Trump pardon, I will rain hell on Washington, D.C. We've talked about this, Ben. I have 5.
That's what it says, family. Never trust thine enemy. Never trust thine enemy. Never trust thine enemy. Why? You see his face? Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is he. Look at him. Oh, that's a friendly white boy. Oh, mira el güerito, pero se ve tan amigable. No le hace nada a mis niños. Él no es racista. Oye, hermano, él no es racista. Sorry, trying to make up an accent. But anyways, the point being is, this is what y'all believe. Look at this. Oh, he's such a friendly guy. He'll never have hate towards himself and others and us. No, he loves Mexicans. Look, this is the same Christian dude in the evangelical rooms. Hey, Eddie, my nephew. Hopefully one day you listen. This is your people. This is what you're married into. You're Boricua, fool. Just because you kind of look wedo and shit? Is that what it is? Your evangelical people voted for this fucking guy. Right here. Let's continue.
Lists ready to go, and they're growing. List number 1, we're going to fire. We're going to fire a lot of people in the executive branch and the deep state. Number 2, we're going to indict. We're going to indict Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and James Biden and every other scumball, sleazeball Biden, except for the 5-year-old granddaughter who they refused to acknowledge for 5 years until the political pressure got to Joe Biden. Number 3, we're going to deport. We're going to deport a lot of people, 10 million people and growing, anchor babies, their parents, their grandparents. We're going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious. We're going to detain a lot of people in the DC Gulag and Gitmo. And list number 5, I'm going to recommend a lot of pardons.
See that? So that means that if you have a problem with it, he'll throw you in jail. Shut the hell up. Don't matter now. It don't matter. That's what you guys wanted, right? You don't follow the Most High. You didn't want to listen. Then you believe in a nation that'll never save you. Now, guess what? They smacked your stupid ass in the face. Let's go.
January 6th defendant is going to get a pardon, especially my hero, Hornman. He is definitely at the top of the pardon list.
As we somehow try to digest the food poisoning that was Tuesday night, there's already been movement from Trump HQ to implement their plan. First, Trump selected his chief of staff, before resorting to his usual run-of-the-mill endeavors, attacking Gavin Newsom for vowing to protect Californians.
Gavin Newsom's team says that the session will, quote, protect California values, including fundamental civil rights,
their rhetoric.
The feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever be a female president. Never. There will never be a female president. Ever. It's over.
But I want to highlight.
Family, here's the real reason why these guys are mad. Okay, these Christians, supposedly, right? Because their women are aborting their babies and all that shit. Okay, I'm going to show you why. I'm going to take a little side point. Because you guys ever, American Beauty? You ever seen that movie, American Beauty? Let's reflect on American Beauty for a second. And picture this. You live next to a neighbor who's all military, right-winger, votes Republican all the time, has supposedly his son in check. He hates gays. But what happens in that movie? He kills the man that he thought was gay because the guy who he kissed found out that he was gay. His wife was miserable. These men hate women. That's hate right there. I don't hate women. I love women. I don't understand the hate towards women. Why? Because they chose men that are darker than you, that maybe are just much better than you in a lot of different ways, which is what the hatred comes from. It's a sad point, family, but something occurs to certain nations of people psychologically. They are very disturbed. I'm going to show you why. But let me show you this particular thing. See the anger once again, and then I'm going to kind of side point real quick because this is disgusting, to be honest with you. Just the way that you think. This is wicked ass nation of people right here. You are seeing now full blown up pride, white supremacy pride.
Hopeful Mike Davis to make sexist and misogynist threats towards Letitia James.
Let me just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump in his second term, because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights. And I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people, but they're smart and they're vicious, and we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting.
What are you expecting? Joe Biden said he doesn't think it's going to be a peaceful election day.
Well, he doesn't have any idea what's happening in all fairness. He spends most of his day sleeping. I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within, not even the people that have come in and destroying our country. By the way, totally destroying our country. The towns, the villages, they're being inundated. But I don't think
Family, there's 330 million people to 350 million people. He's talking about 11 million. Let's say I give you 20 million. Those people are invading and destroying the whole country. The tough guy, stoic, right-wing military guy is a gay himself, and he ended up killing the straight guy that the gay guy, kissed from the movie American Beauty. Yeah. That's exactly what occurred. Check it. So this is what's considered anger. Apparently, they hate women. I mean, they really hate women. You know what I'm saying? And here, let me take you to that point, because again, just side point. But you're gonna get a glimpse of where this comes from. I think is disgusting, but So here, this guy brings up a good point.
Greg, who
right?
thinks...
Hold on a second. Right here. So he brings up a good point. This guy, I'm not going to show too much of the video because I want to get to the point. He's talking about what is wrong with young white men. So this has been going on in their ears for quite some time. Right? People telling them how sucky it is that you can't find a good woman, and you know what I mean? You guys are just having a difficult time and blah, blah, blah. Like let's just kind of hear it a little bit, and then I'll show you something real quick. All right, let's go.
In high school, I was on the golf team. I don't know, a little golf club. And we lost a big playoff match to win, the Utah high school. For all those that have stayed, I know there's been a purge of channels. I totally understand. And if those people want to come back, they're more than welcome to come back. But we lost like 500 subscribers, and I get it.
What he means, they lost subscribers. A lot of left-wingers lost subscribers once the right won. Okay, so let's go.
I've spent this week avoiding all news, right? Avoiding everything I can. I've even dropped a lot of people I follow. So I understand it. So I appreciate it. Can we not do that anymore? So let's talk about the white men in this. And white women too. Crackers, as I could call them. You can't say that if you're not white. I appropriated that word. I appropriated it because I'm white. So I can call them crackers. Cracker ass crackers.
Thank you.
I'm just a girl standing in front of the world asking for a president who isn't a rapist. Request denied!
Ha! The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice.
What, people calling me gay because I've never had a girlfriend? I think if anything, it makes me less gay. If anything, it makes me not gay. As opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay, but it makes me not gay. Well, because think about it this way. A gay people do date girls all the time. Real. And when I said on Elijah Schaefer's show, when they said, have you ever been in a romantic relationship? Have you ever had sex with a girl? And I said, no. If you name searched me on Twitter, as I always do, all these gay people are coming out and saying, I've had more girlfriends than Nick. I've had sex with more girls than Nick. So like I said last week, not only is that thinking flawed, but actually it's the reverse. That actually makes me really more heterosexual than anybody. If we're really being honest, never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman really makes you more heterosexual, because honestly, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay.
That shit is gay. Excuse me, but you are. So this is my point. Side show here real quick, because in case you've never seen this, this movie here is very interesting, right? It's from American Beauty, right? Real quick. Hopefully, YouTube don't get all mad at me, because they always mess with this little small ass channel. So he's in there riding around with his son, right? So check it out.
Come these faggots always have to rub it in your face.
Hold on.
Come these faggots all.
Shut up, man. Hold on a second. Here it goes. Ready? Check it out. Check it out.
How come these faggots always have to rub it in your face? How can they be so shameless?
That's the guy right there that the All Be Revealed is talking about, right? He is all military, white wing. Hey, Republican all day, every day, dog. I'm going to shoot you in the face. Suck up. But in secret. Es un mayate. That's what a mayate means. A man that acts like he's all a fucking dude, right? But he likes dudes. He acts like a dude. He don't think he's gay, but he likes dudes. That's a mayate. That's what it means, okay? So it's not a derogatory color, name. Y'all just took it wrong. But that's what he is. This guy's being what we call, or what is called, terminology written back in 1904 of what a mayate is. A manly man that doesn't think he's gay, but that likes men. Let's continue.
It's the whole thing, Dad. They don't feel that's anything to be ashamed of.
The son's like just, responding like normal. And he's like, what the hell did you say, boy? Check this out. It goes crazy.
Well, it is.
Yeah, you're right.
Don't placate me like I'm your mother, boy.
So here's where he's like running to respond, or responds the way he wants to be responded, like the way the father wants to hear. So check this out. Look at the anger and hate. You know what I'm saying? Check it.
Forgive me, sir, for speaking so bluntly. Those facts make me want to puke my fucking guts out.
See that right there? So he's like, now the dad's like, oh shit. So he's one of them. So check it out.
Well, me too, son.
Says, well, me too, son. I didn't know you felt that about me. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, so here we see this. Oh, I think dating as women is gay. Okay. Well, let's understand the psychology of these people. This is why it's important to understand your enemy. So here's what it is. Check it out. Now, remember, keep in mind that these guys are Nazis, okay? Nazi white people, bro, that just hate and love nobody but themselves. Do you guys know this about Kevin Spacey's father? He was a Nazi child rapist, brother says. So Kevin Spacey's dad was a Nazi gay dude in closet. He would beat his wife up, but he would rape his son. Check it.
Kevin Spacey was brought up by a Nazi father who raped his brother and brutalized his family so badly that they called him the Creature. His older brother.
It says Kevin Spacey was brought up by a Nazi father who raped his brother and brutalized his family so badly that they called him the Creature. They called his dad the Creature. His older brother exclusively told the Daily Mail. Now, remember, keep in mind, if you watch that movie, American Beauty, the wife was miserable. That dude, miserable. This is the hate they have, family. This is why. They don't want to see their women with other nations and they don't want to see their women not having babies within themselves. That's the unfortunate part. Now, again, this is a nation of people that claims to believe in the Bible, and then they use they use science and talk about Darwinism and eugenics. Okay, well, if you want to base it on eugenics and you're talking about survival of the fittest, well, guess what? Mother Nature, because that's what you call it, right? Or Earth or God, whatever it is you want to be, right? Your science of Darwinism has chosen once more, and he didn't choose you. That's why you can't reproduce. That's what your anger is, that you can't reproduce. So you hate people that can. And that's what your fear is. So-called, the replacement theory. If you believe in the Most High, or if you believe in science, both ways, somebody's going to get punished. Someone has to decrease and the other nation increase. The end of Esau comes, then Jacob grows. So is that what you're afraid of? Let's continue.
Exclusively told the Daily Mail, Now, as the Oscar-winning actor faces allegations of trying to seduce Star Trek's Anthony Rapp when he was just 14 years old.
Right here, look, same thing, same concept. These are the same people that actually can write all the time. Oh, Nazis in America needs to be white. I don't like them gay people. They're disgusting to me. I can't stand them. So why do you think? Why do you think they hate? Why do you think they hate? I mean, literally, he's telling the women, it's your body. What is it? Your body, my choice. Your body, my choice. Your body, my choice. That's what he said. Why? Why do you hate women?
Feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again. Okay.
There, guys win again. Guys, what? They hate women that much, and they hide it with Christianity. Why are you shaving, bro, if you're supposedly a Christian? The law says not to shave. Right? Sorry to take you to the side point. I just wanted to show you how important this concept is here. This is the hatred they have for our people. And that's the sad part. This is the sad part because, again, and I've shared with you guys this before, if in case you don't believe in regeneration, because Christians, I don't think they do for the most part. I don't think they do. So what I'm showing you today, honestly, and I told the brothers before, it's not something I learned. It's something I've always known. It was just in my spirit. It was inevitable, I should say, when I would wake up. Luke 1:17, and he had gone before him in the spirit of the power of Elias to turn the hearts of the fathers to their children and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, to make ready a people prepared for the Lord. Here it says in the spirit of Elias. Elias is past go, way already gone. A long time ago. That's right. They do believe in that. So Darwinism is choosing once more. Why is he not letting you guys reproduce? That's not our fault. But you want to blame us for it, right? Why? Because your women love us? That's what it is. Y'all are jealous because your white women love black and brown men. That's what it is. That's just the fucking fact. And they hate that shit. They hate it. Trust and believe they hate it. That's really it. The perpetual hatred. So in case you guys don't believe that you regenerate, you do actually. This is why you shouldn't be surprised at what's going on. Thank you, brother, for bringing that up in case you listen to this. You got to be mindful of what you're in the times where, man, this is the best time to be in, even though it's a lot of hardship. It's the best time to be in because now you're going to actually see some shit. Matthew 11:12, and from the days of John the Baptist until now, the kingdom of heaven suffered violence, and the violence take it by the force. You see this? For all the prophets and the laws prophesied until John. And if ye will receive it, this is Elias, which was for to come. See? Regeneration. What was once again is here. The past is here. Today is the future. I was here already. I'm back again. I'm not saying I'm this guy at all. No. I'm just a spirit that says I'm here again. All of the stuff that I know, I don't even know why I know so much. In a short period of 7 years, I know more than a lot of people that have been studying for 30 years. And trust and believe, I was a dumb bottom barrel alcoholic that did not like reading because I didn't know how to read. I'm not kidding. Job 19:25. You got to understand, this is probably the scariest time to be in and probably the most wonderful time to be in. Why? Because if you were here and saw this, there's a reason why you're here. For I know that my Redeemer liveth, and that he shall stand in the latter day upon the earth. You see? In the latter day upon the earth. What does that mean? That means we come back again. This is why you cannot fall for the okie doke. You should be mindful. When the spirit wakes, bro, be mindful of what the Most High is asking from you. Because you're going to have to maneuver through all the BS that's going on right now. Look at all the confusion. Yeah, bro, I know. I hated reading. You want to know how I started? I think I hated reading because I didn't know how to read. I didn't know what the comma meant. I didn't know what the colon, semicolon. I didn't understand none of that stuff. I had to ask. I had to humble myself and say, I don't know what that means. Can you show me? Job 19:26, and thou after my skin worms destroy his body, yet in my flesh shall I see God. So it says here that my spirit is going to come back into the flesh again, and I'm going to see something. Audios are good, brother, but you got to read, bro. You just got to read. I'm telling you, man. You start seeing the world in a different light. Again, the light of darkness, or what? Or the light of the Most High. The tree of life, or the tree of knowledge of good and evil. I don't want that one. That's why the Messiah talked about that. You that were with me before, you've known this since you were children. Don't be surprised. Don't be too scared, but be understanding of what's going on. Ecclesiastes 1:15. That which is crooked cannot be made straight. That's why, family, when you see certain things in certain nations of people acting a certain way, it's confounding me, because the Roman times, the Roman ways, right? The traditional Greek Romans were all okay with being gay. Are we lying? The Greco-Roman period were okay with being gay. They weren't even calling it gay. They were like, it's totally fine. Why now a problem? What has been in the past is here today. So all these guys are doing is just hating the fact that they are who they are. And they use the Bible to make excuses, and they are hateful that much. They hate so much that they're willing to destroy other people. Think about that for a moment, family. Why do you guys hate so much? Is it the women? Is it your spirit? Or is it because you're confused in the mind? Statistically speaking, a certain nation of people, after they turn 40, they go psycho, schizo, they go gay, or they go serial killer. Or like Jeffrey Dahmer type, after they turn 40, statistically speaking, scientifically speaking. Once again, look it up. That which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. That which is crooked cannot be made straight. So you were here once before, you're here again with the same spirit. You can hide it all you want, but your hatred is going to expose yourself. And again, so that's why don't be surprised when we see things like this. Now, let's go to the topic here, the topic at hand. You guys are wondering why I brought this up. Well, let's put it this way. Let's not forget. This goes back in time. I mean, you guys act surprised, but don't be. This is from the Alexandria Gazette Daily Advertiser in December 29th, 1818, okay? I'm going to show you guys something real quick. Let me see if I could find it. I was looking for it earlier. Where are you at? Give me a second. I think it's right here. Check this out. It's interesting right here. On the bottom part, it says, for Mr. Blonde account would seem that Chile is a country, excluding the Magellanic Tract, or New Chile, about 1,000 miles in extent on the sea, that it has many excellent ports, convenient for foreign trade, that it is a country fruitful in grain, wine, oil, and productive gold, and silver, copper, and tin. That it is destined to be granary of that part of the world, and that its population is about 1.2 million souls. Pay attention. That 800 of these are under the dominion of the patriots. These people here of this nation. The remaining being just under the jurisdiction of the royalists. That there are about 50,000 Indian slaves in all Chile, but very few slaves of African race. Okay. If you so-called great scholars were reading about these historical things, how come this was never mentioned to us? When you are deceiving yourselves and deceiving others, shit comes back to bite you in the booty hole. Well, not there. Sorry, that was a little bit too graphic. My bad. But you know what I'm saying? It's going to come back and get you. The reason why I'm reading this is important to me because it actually shows a couple of things here. If we keep reading, check this out. It says here. Let's see if I can find it real quick. If I don't have to read it all the way up, I'll go, okay, so they're using about the $2,400,000. He's talking about how many people are going there, blah, blah, blah. And then it's still saying about Chile. So it says here it goes. Santiago is the capital and contains about 40,000 souls. The royalists have possession of Benko and the considerable district around Concepcion, which is straight stronghold. They retain also Valdivia, Chileo. The Patriot Army, remember, the Patriot Army. This is people here. Okay? Don't forget what it's actually saying. It's the people here. It's about 66,000 strong. Listen. And it says 2,000 of which are Negroes from Buenos Aires. Okay. That's the Patriot Army. 1828. The soldiers, Negroes, were working with the white man. What gives? How come we didn't know this? I thought it was always, no. White folks were the ones damaging everybody. No, I don't see that here in South America. And this is the problem with certain people. When they have hatred towards certain people, they forget what actually occurred, historically speaking. Because it's so convenient when you know you want to blame certain people about certain things. Same book. Check this out. We know that in 1848 there were several individuals, white and black, who took over Texas. We know that now, based on my classes I showed you. Well, what were they calling us even then? Texas doesn't even belong to these people yet, even though they say that it is. So what happens? Just like back in the days, the Alamo, they make fun of us because of that shit, don't they? Yes, they do. The cold-hearted butchers of the brave at the Alamo. A meeting has already been held by the citizens of New Orleans, having for just object the adoption of suitable measures to enable the citizens of Texas to carry on with this war vigorously. Texas is not to be trampled under the foot as possessing by a mushroom existence. See this? Invasion, they call it. Where is it at? There it goes right there. It may be possible the present invasion of Texas is but the prelude to Sam Houston's rebel in the halls of Moctezuma's. At any rate, we hope so. Do you know that the first politicians out of 170, 150 were African American? So why deny? Why lie? You want to be this is what I don't understand. People are learning these things now, right? So who can we trust? We didn't trust the gringo. Now we start finding out this shit. Now, can we trust you guys then? You knew this from the get-go. We didn't know that it was black and white folks that took Texas. Now we know. And you want us to forget. All of a sudden, you want us to side with you. So, but let me remind you guys, because this is important. Let's remind yourselves here, because a lot of times you guys think, oh, the Hispanic, you know, they're racist. They are racist. Okay. Let's see this. How many script videos have we not seen about IUIC, ISUPK, a bunch of people calling black women horrible creatures? Oh, you guys think I'm lying? I'm not lying. We know this to be true. I'll give you an example of the video. So before you go and paint the picture here or point the finger, what are we talking about here? What was this guy saying? What was this guy saying? Do you guys remember this?
What this guy is saying. 2/3 of you was not going to wake up, and I see that crystal clear. 2/3 of you so-called Negroes are too far in love with the damn white man, this woman, and children. Are you too damn much in love with the African, they women, and children? Are you too damn much in love with the East Indian, they women, and children? You're in love with everybody but your own women and your own children and each other. Your woman loves everybody but you. And the ones of you that can't get that corrected, you're going to die. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of your black men are going to die. I see that. That crystal see that. A lot of them going to die. Only about 10% of them going to make it. 90% of them ain't no damn good.
It's been going on for over 30 years now. And young men were starting to wake up about, trying to get your life in order. Get your life in order. In 2012, you started seeing the change. 2010, you know what I mean? These things were happening. They were telling people, come back to the laws of God. And point the finger at the other people. Point the finger at the woman, because apparently men It's their fault. What are you doing the Adam shit again? Oh, I mean, it's not my fault. It's the woman you gave me. So yeah, blame the woman, right? Look, listen, you got to understand the Bible. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. So if you have a problem with your women because they're wicked, maybe because it's you. You fucking make them, dumbass. Let's go.
I'll tell you twice, and the Bible says the same thing. 90% of the black women ain't no damn good, and they gonna die. 2/3 of you black men ain't no damn good, and you gonna die. And that goes for the West Indians and the Puerto Ricans, because the Most High only bring them 1/3 of the nation of Israel out. So when this black woman dies, when they get killed, the 90%, they ain't gonna be missed, because we got the Puerto Ricans, that's our women. The Indian off the reservation are our women, the Mexican is our women, that's the nation of Israel. The Central Americans are our women, the South American Indians, they are our women. So this black woman that want to be with the white man and everybody else, she ain't gonna be missed. This black woman that want to be a man, she ain't gonna be missed, she gonna die. Because playing time gonna come to an end. Everything gonna be in a proper place or it's gonna die.
So you hear that message, that's one. And you hear these messages constantly. The black woman, she's the problem. The crazy, angry black woman, she's the problem. Shit, look, IOIC San Diego jumped on it real quick. I guess it's it was an order. I'm commanding you by Nate the Snake. Y'all need to make videos about angry black women. They've been saying this about black women for a long time. And then you wonder why nobody sided with black women? They've been telling people black women are loud. Black women are this. Black women are that. I'm telling you. So you think it doesn't get around? This noise gets around. Let's go.
Have I said? But a woman. But what? But a woman. Among all those have I not found. He ain't find no women. He ain't find no righteous women, man. These sisters got to be taught. They got to be converted. My man went through 1,000 men to find one right.
See? So you got this from this particular side, which again, I understand. But if you're teaching this to the hectic dumbasses, stupid people that don't know what the hell they're doing, they're going to misunderstand what you're saying. Instead of getting yourself in order and your house in order, no, you blame the so-called sister because it's her fault. So you get this from this side, you get this from the white wingers. What do you guys expect people to be molded into if you understand the beast and its propaganda mechanism? No, apparently you guys don't understand that. You say you listen to the Bible, you believe in the Bible, and you do this and that, but you don't understand that the Bible is telling you, or the Word of God is saying, prepare for the deceiver because he is very tricky. He'll even come and say, hey, righteousness, but they're the ones leading you to destruction. So before you go blame people, blame yourselves.
Righteous brother. That's right. And ain't find no righteous women. You know why? Because the woman started all this foolishness that we live in today. See?
So here goes, he gets mad. He goes, here goes another one. Just real quick.
I hope he mass deports you and your entire family, whether you were here legally. To all you Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope he mass deports you and your entire family, whether you were here legally or not. You gotta go. I hope
that, not everybody that voted, a lot of us didn't participate. And the idiots that voted was because there was a lot of idiots. I mean, are you guys forgetting FBA, Waboism, BHI, Negro onlys, like, calling Mexicans wetbags or Spaniards or mixed breed, or we created this whole continent and you guys are only here stealing from us? What the hell are you guys thinking? And, Raza is like, what the fuck? This is your novela. This is your show. Black and white people, this is your show. It's not ours. You guys came and you scribbled a bunch of shit and now we're stuck in this. And now you're like, oh, I told brothers and sisters, believe in the Most High. Don't be going and getting involved with this. Well, guess what? You ended up losing because now you submit your vote. Now you're a piece of shit too, man. But again, we weren't the ones first saying this, okay? It was you guys that first started this whole attack. So people start, okay, yeah, massive amount of abortions, single women, and their children are acting all weird and all this and that. Well, guess what? You were bouncing it in people's faces. And then you wonder why people didn't side with you.
he does that. To you black men who your fragile ego couldn't take a black woman in office, so you either voted for Trump or you didn't vote at all, the police will now have carte blanche to murder you right where you stand. And when they do that, there's not going to be no GoFundMes. Don't ask your family to ask us for shit. Just die. They can't afford to bury you. Dig a hole in their backyard. It is what it is.
I'm just letting you know, black.
I'm saying now, again, I'm just pointing out the picture here because it wasn't us saying these things. So you put this in people's faces, all of a sudden, guess what the beast does? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, oh, I see. All right. We can use this propaganda. We can use this propaganda. We weren't the ones. Y'all been saying this for years now, how destructive certain people are. What do you expect now? What do you expect people to believe? All of a sudden now that they're going to change their minds and, man. Look, I'll show you.
African-American men.
I'm glad that I showed this because you guys are really trying to point the finger, and you ain't even pointing the finger at the right people. You guys keep mentioning certain gente, but you're not mentioning one particular type of nation that is just for some reason, they're very freaking quiet right now. No sound of Palestine, no mention of murder, no mentioning of children and women being raped and slaughtered. No. Everybody's too focused on it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. Nobody's pointing a finger at them. Propaganda has been building to this point, and now you guys don't even know what to do. This is a confused nation. You drank the cup. Now it's twofold. Now you drinking it.
And Latino men seem to be defecting from the Democratic Party in historic numbers, or at least over the in the post-war era, and moving towards the Republican Party, or specifically to Trump.
Yeah.
Hey, saludos, brother. Welcome, man. Let's go.
Well, I don't know if it's specifically Trump, actually, because the movement, as I showed in some of my other works, actually predated Trump. It started around 2012 for a lot of the votes with the movement with Black and Hispanics, and actually, I think sometimes people overplay the gender thing, the gender aspect. Actually, so in 2020, for instance, Trump got a bigger share of the Black vote, the Hispanic vote, but that was true with Black women and Hispanic women, as well as men. And it was also true with white women. Like, the reason Biden was able to win was despite these defections among women across the board, and especially these defections among Blacks and Hispanics across the board, is because he saw significant gains with white men. So, like, and it's
particularly college educated.
College educated, but also people who live in suburbs, people who are relatively affluent. Like, this is the block of America that really cares about things like decorum and civility and the president being presidential, and Trump is not those things, right? And even today, so there was this great tweet by the senior political analyst of NBC News. He put up this tweet that was like...
He sounds very impressive. If this was 1970.
So he put up this tweet from a chart that his own team produced that was like, what's behind Trump's gains with Blacks and Hispanics? Shifts among men and young people. But when you look at the chart, his own chart, what you see is that women actually shifted more than men towards the Republican Party. Black women, Hispanic women, they shifted more than Black and Hispanic men towards the Republican Party over the same period. And so I pointed this out, Matt Iglesias pointed it out, and now that tweet is community noted.
Again, before you go and point the finger at people, you need to find out and learn about what's been going on in the street. Do you guys not hear people in the street? And by the way, I want to remind you guys, BHI was hardcore in the street, pounding the pavement, telling these Democratic white folks and right-winging white folks that they were going to be enslaved. What did you guys expect? Look, And this is what I'm saying. Like, all of a sudden now, y'all want to attack especially the Mexican. They're the ones that voted the less out of all Hispanics. I want to tell you that right now. And I'm looking for that document because I did find it. I couldn't find it today, but let's go.
From Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Comedy Hype News, I'm John Alba.
Bro, because as soon as somebody, all of a sudden, y'all jump on this shit. Y'all jump on this. But no. We are forgetting who was starting this whole movement about pro-Trump. It wasn't mostly Hispanics forefront. It was mostly black folks going pro-Trump. You embolden people. You have a lot of stupid people following stupid people. Stop pointing the finger. A lot of this thing that occurred was done by your own people. The BHI groups, all of these camps teaching that stuff, which, hey, I find it's all good. It's righteous. But when you want to go blame somebody for the cause that you created, I don't understand why. It's like you reap what you sow. Hispanic people got attacked by certain nation of people. We already were getting attacked by white people. And then we're having problems with so-called black folks. All of a sudden now y'all you want them to forget at the ballot as if nothing occurred. You got it in the boxing side. You got it on the athletic side. You got it on the Bible side. You got it on the street. You got it even with black folks trying to say that they're the Mexicans, that they're the natives, that they're the original people, that so-called Hispanics were just a mixed breed. What did you expect? You got stupid people listening to stupid people. They're going to make stupid decisions based on stupid things that stupid people say all the stupid time.
In the aftermath of the election, race appears to be at the forefront of many people's minds as exit polls continue to circulate online. In this day and age, comedians have been
quick. When you're saying black women voted, Democratic, and you have certain people and certain ideologies, right, which I don't 100% disagree with, what do you expect? If you're saying pro-democratic means LGBTQ, continuing abortions, people don't like that. There's Democrats that don't like abortions. I'm just giving you guys some senses here. But again, stop blaming everybody but yourselves. Everybody's blaming themselves, bro. You guys are not even looking at the real enemy. He's laughing at all of you guys.
Looked at as current day philosophers, commenting on society as a whole through their specific perspective. This isn't something new, as most comedians will talk about what they see and experience on stage. Now, oftentimes, history will repeat itself, making the comedians of that time appear like psychics, predicting the events of the world before they happen, when in actuality, we're just experiencing a historic recurrence. Paul Mooney has never strayed away from commenting on the current state of America, using race as a primary anchor. There have been many times throughout the history where the words of Mooney have become increasingly relevant, and this election season is no different. Just days after the 2024 presidential election, an old stand-up comedy clip of Mooney has resurfaced from his 2012 special, The Godfather Comedy, where he talks about Latinos thinking they're white and Puerto Ricans distancing themselves from specific Latino ethnicities, calling themselves Spanish. Additionally, Mooney would jokingly call Puerto Ricans Cubans and Dominicans black people that can swim.
Oh, race is a trip. Mexicans were thinking they was white folks. They'd forgotten about the Alamo. All my Puerto Rican friends, I'm Spanish.
It's funny, which, by the way, the Alamo wasn't only a war between Mexicans and white people. It was Mexicans against black and white people. That's what happened in the Alamo. Again, we're listening to some truth and then also adding some truth. Let's continue.
Spanish. Oh, a tall Mexican. No, I mean, I'm Spanish. I thought that was a language. Everybody gets it twisted. If you take an African zebra to Canada, it does not make it a Canadian zebra. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans ain't nothing but black folks that can swim. You think that you better than us because they dropped you off first.
Now, in the comments of this TikTok video where it was posted, one social media user would comment on the stand-up clip by providing some information. They would go on to write, "The Dominican Republic has the 4th largest black population in the global African diaspora." Another social media user would chime in and share their own thoughts. "Man, I miss Paul Mooney. He would tell a joke, but he never told us a lie." Now, this throwback clip has become relevant over the last week even more due to comedian Tony Hinchcliffe's speech at Donald Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden just before the election. Now, during his speech, Hinchcliffe would call Puerto Rico a pile of garbage in the ocean, infuriating many across the country. This highly publicized moment would be talked about throughout the week, with many political pundits, personalities, and Americans expressing their outrage over Hinchcliffe's comments. Some would even theorize that those comments would cost Donald Trump the election. Obviously, that didn't happen. As it was announced earlier this week, Donald Trump would be elected as the next president of the United States. Now, interesting enough, election results have also shown that Hinchcliffe's comments did little to sway people from voting for.
That's, we know that shit. It's just.
What's up, everyone?
Again, and then look, let's not forget this, man. I mean, come on, bro. You guys are pointing the finger at certain people, but you're not pointing the finger at the right ones. Let's continue.
Coach D, and wow, 1,500 to 2,000 new subscribers overnight. I'm absolutely overwhelmed with gratitude, so please keep liking, sharing, commenting, and subscribing to my page. I really do appreciate you guys. So, I guess I got to talk about black conservatives who just won't learn either. Like, I talked about Latinos for Trump and how they just don't really see the fact that their families will be affected by this mass deportation. I guess black conservatives haven't realized they're going to be affected by this election as well. Like, they just don't get it. I mean, you have black conservatives out there who think they're immune to these issues that are going to be happening. So let's flash back first, because there was a gay black conservative who went to an event that was in.
Listen to this, okay? Listen to this.
Support of Donald Trump. And while at that event, he got to bash conservatives.
So if we're going to talk about the future of this party, and these white supremacists absolutely do exist in this party, we all saw me face them from face to face. I'm looking at soulless, dead-eyed white supremacists that, by the way, I felt that these people could have bashed my brains in had they gotten the chance. I deal with these people in real life, and I know for a fact where they're coming from. I know that a lot of these people have infiltrated these conservative organizations from top to bottom. There needs to be accountability, and I'm exploring options as how to do so right now.
He's exploring options. Okay, that's one, and I get it, whatever. But then you guys forget about this guy? He went around in the boxing realm talking shit about raza. Okay? This guy right here. Do you guys forget? No, all of a sudden, no, that's okay. Let's listen in for a second. Hopefully, I don't know who this guy is, but not the channel people. Charleston White goes crazy after Trump won the election. Goes off on Cardi B and Angel Reese. He said he ain't worried about his family. Well, I guess good for him. We'll see how it is. Karma, well, they call it karma, but what goes around comes around.
Oh, man, here we go. We're back with a new interview, man. Congratulations, man.
Trump. Yeah, Trump, man, congratulations. I got my president back. Man, yeah. Nah, nigga, shit. I'm trumping on today, Sean.
Was you nervous yesterday?
Man, nervous in the motherfucker. I was nervous in the motherfucker because in my mind, if a woman ever become president, the world coming to an end immediately. That God is coming back soon. So, I know we got a little bit more time to get it right.
What was your biggest takeaway from this election?
The biggest takeaway from this election is that the Democratic Party think black folks are stupid because they went and got the worst entertainers to talk to us. They went and got the lowest vibration of our black women to come talk to us. They didn't get no upstanding sister to talk to us, from Cardi B, Kelly Rowland. They didn't go get nobody. They would have got all entertainers who shake their ass and pop. So it has showed me that our black entertainers are puppets, and not only they puppets, nigga, they lap dogs, they bootlickers, and they hypocritical because the police shooters, wrongful convictions, women being abused. What about the sister that got killed in Mexico by her friends?
Yeah.
Homie, they never speak out on nothing until the politicians go get them during the presidential election. Why don't they ever come out during the local election? We don't even know what Beyonce sound like if she ain't singing. So they don't never talk to us other than that. Cardi B go from having sex with a pregnant baby, having sex married to try to tell us who to vote for. Come on, homie. So it showed me that, homie, we cannot trust our black entertainers, homie. They lapdogs, bootlickers, and they don't have no independent thought of their own. Because I'm saying, homie, why don't they ever speak to us? They don't go on social media until So Plies, DL Hughley, all of them, homie, they can't be.
He's been saying a lot of stuff about Raza, left and right. What do you expect? What do you expect? And again, this movement started way back in 2020, 2012. It started. It was way back then. And you guys didn't pay no notice when supposedly a good portion of them actually didn't vote for so-called Democrats. They voted for Trump. But no, blame it on certain people. And yeah, you know what? Like, this is right here. This is some racist shit.
Federal investigations launched into racist.
They do that, and it's a wicked way how they actually found out how they found votes. They used a system, the voting system, to get these people's numbers in order to send a mass text message. But again, family, let's be mindful. That's why it's important before you go out in the street and start teaching. And the brother, I thank you for at least noticing that. That verse that we talked about, Leviticus 19, because that was from the Spirit of the Most High. Nobody taught me that, my brother. That was something from studying and actually, discerning, because it's true. What are we doing out there? Not getting ourselves in order first before we go tell people stuff. So by you guys not realizing, sending kids out there in camps, telling the so-called white man they're going to go in slavery. Well, guess what? You guys were telling right wingers they were going to go in slavery. You were telling white Democrats they were going into slavery. You were yelling and screaming at them. You guys forget? Or are we going to be naive? Are we going to be naive? That's why I kept saying, bro, don't be sending people out there to teach that are not ready to teach. They're going to say the wrong things. Listen, you want to come with a message? Well, what kind of message are you trying to give? You guys remember this right here? I mean, this is not too long ago, okay? Here, let me show you if I can see this one here. Let me see which one I have. I think this one.
Hey, don't pick up a cat, man. There's a bunch of stray cats and dogs out here, man. Yeah, go pick up a cat, man. There's a bunch of stray cats and dogs out here, man. If you want to build.
Gutter oil.
That's Corinthians. Chapter 3. Shut up. Get over it, bro. No, I'm not gonna get over it. I would never call you guys any racial. You're having a conversation.
You called us black, about 15 minutes ago? Ain't none of us up here black. So that's a racist remark. That's racist. Fucking on your ass. Stop being an asshole.
You think calling someone black is the same thing as shit?
Yes. I'm not a fucking idiot. Hey, your yellow ass.
I guarantee you that Asian dude voted Democratic or might vote. But again, people go to the ballot basing it on a man, and they're going to base it on emotion of how you made them feel. No logic whatsoever, because stupid people do stupid things when stupid things are done to stupid people.
What's up? You fucking idiot. It's over.
All you so-called white people are racist, man. Whoa! Right? It's coming out.
Right.
What you so-called white people say behind closed doors, it's coming out, man. Right.
Yeah, you see what he said? The kid actually prophesied the real shit right there. Wow, bro. Yeah, you guys are racist people. Well, guess what? The shit that you're thinking about is going to come out. It's going to come out. Well, guess what? We're hearing them now. You don't think Democrats voted Republican, bro, because they got sick and tired of hearing that shit. You don't realize this, do you? Because you're so focused on yourselves and not the laws of the Most High.
All you so-called white people are racist, man. Whoa! Right? It's coming out. Right. What you so-called white people say behind closed doors, it's coming out.
He said it himself. It's going to come out. It's going to come out. What you guys are thinking behind closed doors is going to come out. So when you're telling people these things, why are you so surprised that you're getting this shit now?
Federal authorities targeting Black Americans.
These are looking into disturbing and racist text messages sent from unknown numbers, to Black Americans in at least 10 different states in this country. Now, many of the messages, which were sent to middle school, high school, and college students, make reference to slavery. Adriana Diaz has more on this very troubling story.
You have been selected to be a house slave at the Fieldview Farm Plantation. Be ready on Saturday, November 9th, 11 a.m. sharp.
This was a text message Latasha Nelson's 8th grade daughter, Jemiah, and her friend received while at home in Connecticut.
My daughter came down and showed me, I was like, wait a minute. I was angry. One, disgusted. Two.
In at least 10 states across the nation, CBS News has learned that Black Americans have received anonymous racist text messages similar to these. And while varying slightly, many of the messages read, "You have been selected to pick cotton or become a house slave at a plantation."
I felt scared, sad, kind of shaken by it.
Devereaux Adams lives in Atlanta and is a student at Western Governors University.
If this was not during the election, I probably would have laughed it off. But I don't know, it hit me different because of when it happened. And
yeah, dark humor enjoyers. What is happening today with my fucking microphone, man? God damn, it's annoying. Yeah, the dark humor enjoyers have arrived again. I hope they find whoever the did that. I hope they find the little shitheads that did that shit. Okay, it's just, I don't know. It's gonna get worse, man. It's gonna get worse. I'm letting you know, but you already know that. If you're from a marginalized background, you already fucking know that. You're already pretty fearful of what's about to come. But these guys, it doesn't take much for them to get real comfortable. Okay, real comfortable, real quick with the unrestrained racism that they have, that they want to exhibit. This is just a matter of flexing. You know what I mean? It's not dissimilar to the statues of Robert E. Lee being placed right in front of courthouses in the civil rights era. Not the Civil War, not in the aftermath of the Civil War, but in the civil rights era. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you do such a thing? What led you to hail this figure in this moment? And the answer is simple. It is also the same as saying the N-word, right? It is a reminder of the racial pecking order. It is a reminder that you can do this sort of thing. This
is what I'm talking about. The reminder of the racial picking order. Oh, so we're reminded that it's the Mexicans, the Hispanics. What the fuck are you guys voting in the first place? And then you go and vote for this guy? Really? It's you need to make up your minds. What is it? First you tell us that we're not from here, that we're not even Mexicans, that the original people here were actually so-called African Americans. You have colomiados or curimeo making people believe that. You have a whole genre of people telling raza that they're Mongols and mixed breed, that they're not supposed to be here. Do you think that they hear that and share that and tell other people? What were you thinking? And FBA, Foundational Black Americans, you're telling Hispanics, Beaner spits wet bags. You're white people, and that you built America. What did you, and most of you FBAs, if not all of you, vote Democratic. What were you thinking? Eventually people pay attention, and then they just kind of leave a bad taste in their mouth. Kind of like those days when you're shit faced and you wake up next morning, you still got that taste in your mouth, like, ugh, damn it. Man, let's go.
To tell Black people to know their place, to be fearful. In some ways, it comes, I think, from a desperation of trying to restore the racial hierarchy, if you want to examine it a little bit further. But yeah.
Considering that I have
the legacy of slavery and placing slavery at the center. The legacy of slavery.
Oh, sorry, family. What I was basically saying was, this is a Democratic person right here, wanting people to vote democratically. In this video, she tells so-called white people about certain things. And then the next one I'm going to show you, she reminds us of how we so-called civilized had slaves too, excluding yourselves. We know that historically speaking, white, black people had slaves. So now that we are in this soup of lies, now how are you going to get out of it? You see, one lie after another lie after another lie, it just adds up. You cannot lie no more. Eventually, truth comes out. And then people decide. Let's go.
Placing slavery at the center of the narrative. And that's what we did. It's not that we were hiding anything. I find the backlash in some ways unsurprising and in some ways surprising. For instance, with respect to Mr. Page, when one suggests that the 1619 Project is a project about black victimization and not patriotism, it makes me wonder if Mr. Page even read the project, or if Mr. Page even read my essay, because my essay is about how black people, despite undergoing chattel slavery, legal apartheid, lynching, racial terrorism, segregated schools, segregated housing, segregated military, believed fervently in the founding ideals and have fought generation after generation to make those ideals true. And in fact, had a faith in a country that didn't treat us as citizens and expanded democracy for all Americans.
Remind yourselves of the hierarchy.
I don't think that's the legacy.
This is a hierarchy concept here. Now let's go to the next
The
video.
one that will probably be the most surprising.
So listen again, okay? All of a sudden now it's our fault too. Do you understand how the buildup builds lie after lie after lie, and then it bursts and people catch you lying, so now they don't know what to believe anymore. In Spanish, we have an old saying, mejor mal conocido, I say, mejor bien conocido que mal desconocido, some shit like that. It's like, it's better to know your enemy because you already know how he moves, than to get to know somebody and not know if he is worse than the enemy you got. Listen to what she says.
The one that will probably be the most surprising to readers is the one by Harvard historian Taya Miles on settler colonialism, Indian removal, and how the 5 so-called civilized tribes also engaged in chattel slavery.
That so condescendingly in the so-called civilized tribes, like, yeah, they're so civil. Supposedly, civilized tribes had black slaves. But in 1830, I have a book and many, many documents that show that black folks had natives as slaves and white slaves. How come you didn't bring that up? Again, after lie and lie and lie, eventually the bottle will break. What do you expect? What do you expect?
We needed to have an essay that dealt with Indian removal, but we had to find the right one. So
that fit their narrative. Look, I'm not appreciating this here or what they do. I don't believe people deserve to be treated that way, bro. To be sending stuff like that. You don't do that. Children, young men, young women, you don't do that. They're living their own normal lives. This is hatred right here. Then you tell these people they're gonna go in slavery. They're gonna go in chains. Are you guys gonna be doing camps still with that mindset? I want to see that.
Multiple friends that got the same exact message, same exact tone, and some they don't even know how these people got their first and last name, and they're telling people we know where you live. So it's like, whoa, this is not a prank. This is an actual threat.
Black students at several schools and universities have reported receiving the texts, and CBS News has verified that the texts were sent from numbers with area codes from at least 25 different states. Some through Text Now, which offers free phone numbers. In a statement, Text Now says it's learned that one or more of our accounts may have been used to send text messages in violation of our terms of service, adding it shut down the accounts as soon as it became aware.
Our ancestors died on plantations and lived lives and separated from their children. They didn't say they're coming to get all of us. They're saying you talk about coming to get my child, right? Removing my child from me to bring her back to something that's not even legal, never going to happen. And how dare you even send it to her? How dare you even think that that's something that would be funny to anybody?
Just horrible. Our CBS News Confirmed team was able to reach one of the people who sent one of those text messages from a Fort Wayne, Indiana area code. That person said the message was a prank before abruptly ending the call. The Federal Communications Commission is investigating.
Shit, dude, what a prank. I didn't realize. I didn't realize it was just a prank, bro. My bad. Damn, dog. Fuck. Yeah, it's just dark. Yo, dark humor enjoyers alert, dude. Fuck. Yo, it's just a prank, dude. Chill. Fucking assholes, dude. I genuinely think they may be using voter rolls and public info to find these people. 404 Media just posted a huge article about this. A right-wing group is making it super easy to find people this way. Voted in America, this site doxed you. Voting rolls are technically public records, but can be laborious to get a hold of. A right-wing site weaponizes that information by allowing anyone anywhere to search for any voter's physical address and party affiliation.
That's how they actually got access to it. That's the sad part, bro. Because you got to know something, family, and you guys are pointing the finger at everybody. You're pointing the finger at everybody except these right here. These self-styled Jews. So-called, they say, right? They claim to be the real Jews and are not, according to the Bible and according to what we find about them. You guys are pointing the finger at each other. Black people did it. White people did it. Mexicans, Hispanics did it. How come nobody's saying anything about these people here? Who is Stephen Miller? A so-called Jew. And what is he going to do? You guys blow a fuse over a text message. Do you know what Stephen Miller is going to do? And you know what nationality or so-called religion he is? He's a so-called Jew. Do you guys realize that that is a secret vote? Hey, Democrats, do you realize that that's why they voted for Trump? That's why you couldn't figure out where were these blue votes leaving? Why were they leaving? Because it was those people. They voted for their interest. Palestine is at hand. It's real estate. And all they give a shit about is money. Forget the people that are dying. Oh, but no, blame it on the Mexicans. You guys are propaganda by Bernays. Bernays, who is a so-called self-styled Jew, said the same shit. All we got to do is just create an environment where people follow the same concept, the same ideas, and we'll be the ones that put those ideas in front of you. Your so-called freedom of choice, you chose between an old man and a confused woman. She brought nothing to the table, okay, at all. And he is just old and grumpy. That was your choice. That was your choice. But again, blame it on the Mexican, right?
Switching gears, we have some breaking news out of Mar-a-Lago. President-elect Donald Trump expected to name Stephen Miller as White House Deputy Chief of Staff. Miller will join the appointment of other key roles announced over the weekend, including former acting ICE Director Tom Homan, who will serve as the administration's border czar. New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is taking on the role of UN ambassador, and Susie Wiles as Chief of Staff, the first woman to serve in that role. CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang is in West Palm Beach, Florida for us, where the president-elect is huddling right now, Weijia, with his transition team. Let's start with Stephen Miller. What can you tell us about this possible appointment?
So you guys have this hatred towards Hispanics and so-called Latinos. How come you guys are not calling out the so-called Jewish people? How come nobody's saying nothing about them? Are you hearing them say anything? Is Stephen Miller not a so-called Jewish man? How come you're not saying, hey, Jewish people, what is wrong with your person? No, leave them alone, right? Is this what we're talking about? Are we back to this again? Is somebody being puppets once more and attacking certain people? Is this what's going on? Is this what's really going on? Hey, now that you got him in that corner, continue to attack him. Once again, we see the financiers and the puppets. Is that what's going on? You better reflect on exactly what you're saying, because you're pointing the finger at the wrong people, but it's right in your face. Nobody's saying shit about Palestine now, right? F them. Who cares? Trump won.
It's great to be with you. Well, I think this is an indication of where the second Trump administration is heading in terms of who will be making the calls and fulfilling the president's agenda. And so you're right, Stephen Miller is expected to be the White House Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy. And remember, during the first administration, he served as a senior advisor to the president and director of speech writing, and he was known as a controversial figure in large part because of his hardline immigration stances. He played a huge role in Trump's zero tolerance policy, which ended up separating families at the border, and also in Trump's Muslim ban. And so it's no surprise, Liz.
These are your chosens. These are your supposedly Christmas Christians. You guys claim them to be the chosen people of God. This is your chosen people? Destroying, separating children. Not at fault, by the way, but which, in case you don't know this, Are his parents born here in America? More likely they're not. They're probably born in Israel. But since you're born in Israel, that's dual citizenship. So you can be a foreigner in a country that's not here, and you have automatic dual citizenship, even though you can be a Mexican right next door and you're a fucking beaner spit wetback. Get out of here. Very interesting. Very interesting how things are playing themselves out. And yet you guys want to point the finger at the little people. That's okay though, right?
The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals.
Okay, we have some massive news. It's being reported that Stephen Miller is expected to be named Trump's deputy chief of staff for policy. Now, if you are unaware, if there was somebody who was super passionate about wanting to secure the border or at least get rid of illegal immigrants, especially violent ones, this is the guy for your job. And the other reason why this is a big deal is because Tom Homan, this man right here, was appointed as the border czar, in charge of all borders of the United States. He was the former ICE director. He is also very serious about deportations and getting rid of illegal immigrants, violent ones especially. So we can see Donald Trump is extremely serious about his policies and wanting to get rid of illegal immigrants and wanting to seal down the border. Now let's play some clips so you can see who this new guy is and what he's all about.
Well, as I say sometimes, the immigration issue is extremely simple. The policies involved in fixing it are very complicated. The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. Now,
See that? You see that laugh? Jews fake Jews, by the way, finance the slave trade to start off with. Yeah. And this channel is the only one that brings this up. I get both dark Swati and white ones. They're not getting away from me in this shit. So these are your chosen people of the Bible? What happened in Palestine is going to happen here. Did you guys not realize? Did you not listen? Do you not know?
seal the border, deport all the illegals. Now,
Isn't this the same people that are over there in Palestine doing the same thing? They're invading Israel. They're diseased. They're savages. They're normalizing. They've been normalizing, calling us wetbags, spics, vile, impure, staining their blood. They've been adding, constantly propagandizing in your mind to accept derogatory comments about certain people, to the point where you can, every time you think of an illegal alien or illegal immigrant, you think of a Mexican. So they're just saying, think of a roach. That's what they are. So if we kill them and deport them and we put them in cages, they're just animals. You only do that to animals. That's how they see us. The same talk in Palestine by the same people is going on right here. And you mofos don't say shit. The Negro hate towards our people is so abundant that you don't even see that these people had everything to do with your election. But no, blame it on the Mexicans, right? You all get butthurt about text messages. Well, guess what's going to happen to my gente?
are very complicated. The simple part is seal the border, deport all the illegals. Now, that's the short answer, right? You get in, you have two policy objectives that you proceed with utter determination on. Seal the border, no illegals in, everyone here goes out. That's very straightforward. In terms of the policy sets to accomplish this, as President Trump showed in his first term, it's a series of interlocking domestic and foreign policies to accomplish this goal. In no particular order, just to rattle off a few fast, you have your Safe Third agreements, you have Remain in Mexico, finish the wall, you have robust prosecutions of illegal aliens, you do interior repatriation flights to Mexico and not back to the north of Mexico.
See? Wetback operations, repatriation act, not once every 20 years. All of that shit's going to be done all at once. This is what you dumbasses voted for. This is what you put your ticket for. The mark of the beast. Y'all thought it was really some fucking chip? It's your mind. it's where your spirit falls. You believed in this Christian nation of fake demons. None of these Christians believe in the Bible. They don't keep the commandments. They believe in December 25th. They believe in the Virgin Mary. They believe in the fake Immaculate Conception. You dumbass Hispanics worship the Queen of Heaven, who you're not supposed to worship. But yet, no, they're Christians because your white Jesus said so, right? And these are your chosen people of the Bible?
Mexico. It's very important. You re-implement Title 42. You have several muscular 212Fs. That's the travel ban authority. We did a few of those in the Trump administration. You would bring those back and add new ones on top of that.
We will get to another clip, but I just want to set this up for you. Understand the reason why Donald Trump has to put people like Mr. Miller in place, people who are super tough, some might call harsh, but very black and white when it comes to these policies and issues, is because, remember, we're talking around 10 million people have come into the United States. So these guys have a very tough job appointed to them by Donald Trump.
Okay. All right. So since we got a bunch of dumbasses, let's do the math. Because I'm sick and tired of these fucking people, bro. Let's see how bright you are, Mr. Crackety Crack. Okay. 10 million people. All right. 10 million people. That's 10 million. Divide that into 330 million people. Let's just say 33. Okay. Here we go right here. Okay. What is that, family? 10 million people out of 350 million. And there's 350 more, 330. There's more than about 350, I think. 3% of the population is what you guys are complaining about. And you dumbasses that believe this shit, you throw your raza under the bus too. 3% of the people you're mad about. And they're claiming that all 3% are criminals. Now, is there criminals in every so-called little small world? Yes, like everybody has bad people. So the 4% of the 4% is really the bad people. So let's go by statistics, because that's statistics, family. And let's go to it. Okay, look, I'll show you. 10 million people times 4% of those people. That means that about 400,000 of those people are literally like typically what are criminals. Okay, that's standard. You guys can look it up. In any business model that you have, you always understand that there's a 4% loss, whether being stolen by your employees, clients. That's typical. No business would go into that mindset if you were losing more than 5%. No, statistics show 4% of the population is going to rob you, basically. And numbers show that about 4% of the people, if you use logic, because white people love to use numbers, well then how come you don't use fucking numbers now? So based on your fucking numbers, I'll give it to you. I'll give you 20 million. I'll give you 20 million illegal beaners. How's that? Since you love to call us that shit. 330 million of you damn ignoramus, stuperamus, dumb son of a guns who've been benefiting from the resource of other nations, and now you're mad because you gotta fucking work. Because you gotta work like a Mexican? Is that what you're mad about now? 6% of the population. And by the way, that 20 million, remember, I said the statistics about 20 million, 40%, 4%, right? 4% of those people will more likely be criminals. That's 800,000. That's your excuse. An unrighteous nation and a hateful one are at it again. We got so-called Jews over here saying, let's deport these beaners. And you got so-called Negroes now, or so-called black people, a certain section blaming you, Mexicans and Hispanics once more. You can't win it, can you? Aren't these the same people that have movies for us every single 2 years? Jewish and black folks telling us about how their Holocaust is always occurring to them, and then they never mention us. Are you guys following now the news? What's going on here? Dumbasses, you fell for the okie doke. That's what happens when you follow the beast.
Get rid of them. So as far as, do you get rid of everyone? Do you only get rid of the violent ones? Nobody knows exactly what the plan is, but these are the guys to get the job done because they are very serious, again, about security, protecting the American people, and not allowing for this illegal activity to take place in our neighborhoods.
The Venezuelan gangs that have, you've seen the CCTV footage. I have a question. Who do you think? Answer me this.
My family is from Venezuela. I know very well the situation of Caracas and many other cities.
Right, tell me, who were the people with the high-powered rifles in the hallway of that apartment building? Who were they?
They were gangsters from Venezuela.
Right. No American community.
But I was asking to you about figures, numbers,
what I'm
facts.
saying to you is the facts are the dead bodies. The facts are...
You said that Caracas has a lowest crime rate than the USA.
The facts are the mutilated bodies. The facts are the people in the morgues that are dead.
I was asking you about Caracas and the numbers in Caracas. Are you trusting the numbers of the dictatorship
I am trusting the fact that Kamala Harris is letting illegal immigrants into this country who are...
See, American Beauty. I'm telling you, it's that gay shit in them. No, I'm not offending gay people, by the way. Hey, you guys keep it real. At least you let people know. These gay people right here, these effeminate sons of bitches right here, is why they're so angry. They hate women. They hate immigrants. Why? Because, again, what has been here before is going to show up again. This is the spirit of these people. These Greco-Romans, they've always been this way. But now they're hiding behind laws and Bibles and Christian doctrines and claiming that, oh, no, it's just because we want things to be righteous. 4% to 6% of the population is effing you guys up. 4% or 6% of the population is getting your people drugged up. Did you guys not realize that it was Jewish people that got a lot of you Americans on fentanyl? In case you don't know, it comes from oxycodone. And do you know who invented and put that together and actually mass marketed it to you and got your kids drugged up? It was these so-called Jewish people. Because the owner of that business is a so-called Jewish. How come you guys don't ever say shit like that? Oh no, blame it on the Mexican, right? Yeah.
And murdering children.
I had been very respectful. Why are you yelling?
Do you know who Jocelyn Ungary is? Do you know who she is?
Do you know how many people is experiencing violence in Caracas?
Who is she? Who is Laken Riley?
Why are you yelling again?
Because...
Okay, so as you can see, Miller is very passionate about illegal immigrants. He's very passionate about...
This one right here, he's very passionate. Bro, seriously, you got some sugar in your tank. You see what I'm telling you, family? This is the hatred. Now he's talking about, embargo and all these things, right? He's talking about, well, Venezuela, those guys are evil people. Venezuelans, they're horrible people. Okay, let's educate ourselves a little bit about Venezuela. Because I think it's important. You're saying Venezuela, right? Let me see if I got that video real quick. I mean, you're bringing up a point. Why do you guys think people, or have you guys ever heard of embargo? Does it ever ring a bell? I'll give you an example. Let me see this real quick. Embargo is something that happens to countries. Embargo is something that happens to countries like Venezuela. And in case you're not aware of this,
number 2.
Check this out. I think it's this one. Oh, give me a second.
Wow. Number 2, he's the senator from no place.
Let me see a second. Oh no, that's not it.
Number.
Man, I'm gonna look for it quickly. If not, I'm gonna move on. Let me just make sure I can find it. If not, I'll stick to the point. Trying to get this done quicker than expected. I know it's taking a little while. I'm almost there. Let me see if I can find it real quick. He talks about this and gives us a little understanding in regards to what it means here. I was looking at it earlier. Let's see if I can get to it real quick. Come on, man. Come on. Let's see. Is it here? Here it goes right here. Okay. So this is a little short video regarding the war on immigrants. Blaming it on the little people. Once more, right? But you're not paying attention to who's actually maneuvering these things. Propaganda is the most powerful thing anybody can use against a bunch of people that are stupidly doing stupid things.
I find the attack on immigrants by both the Republicans and the Democrats, by Trump and Vance on the one hand, and the accommodationist approach of Kamala Harris on the other, horrific. For me, every morality I know rebels against this. What are you doing? Let me put my hat on again as an economist. This is United States, one of the richest countries on earth, with 330 million people in its economy. According to the Department of Homeland Security, we have 12 million undocumented immigrants. Mr. Vance, who doesn't care about these data, says 20. Let's give it to him. He's wrong, but all right, 20. 20 million of the poorest people on earth among them cannot cause or explain the difficulties of a country that has 330 million people in it. It can't. That's too small. That's under 10% of your people. And what are they mostly doing? I'm not going to talk about the children, because they're children. They're working the horrible jobs. They're picking fruit. They're in the car wash. You know where the immigrants are in the main. So they're doing crappy work. They're paying taxes. What's the issue here? There is no issue. This is a country built up on wave after wave of immigrants. Our birth rate is very low now. Without those immigrants, our population is shrinking. And then
that's what burns a family. Again, survival of the fittest. You believe in Darwinism. Life is choosing the right seed to survive. He's getting rid of a wicked-ass nation, a wicked seed. The so-called people that believe they are chosen, and the ones that support him for thinking otherwise. It's a game, family.
they're not going to help our capitalism at all. So you solve the problem, as is happening in many parts of the world where birth rates are coming down, with immigration. Number one. Number two, if you look at the causes of the immigration, the role of the United States is very large. Where is immigration coming from? Central America, Venezuela.
So the Jewish person that you guys obviously ignore, don't want to say nothing about them, right? They are saying that Venezuela is corrupt and that they're sending their people here because, you know what I mean? Venezuelans are just bad people. And a lot of you guys believed it. I almost believed it.
The United States has an embargo against Venezuela. We're trying to destroy that country. We have been for 20 years under Chavez and now under Maduro.
See what I'm saying?
The climate change, the Monroe Doctrine, which says Latin America is ours. Well, if
the Monroe Doctrine, Latin America is ours. The arrogance, the delusion. The Monroe Doctrine was based on the Papal Bull of 1496. Do you guys not know that? Yes, the Papal Bull of 1496 or 94 was justified in the Supreme Court here in this country in 1823. Okay? A nation used a biblical concept, not even in the Bible, because the Bible says don't move people's landmark, honor contracts in a sense, don't deceive. No, you took a Catholic Pope, Christian Protestants, mind you, took a Catholic Pope's paperwork and said in 1823, we can take the land of the native and the beaners fixed wetbags because in 1496 or 94, God said so. Now, again, that's your Christian doctrine. Arrogance, manifest destiny came from that concept. All you've ever done is lied. You even lying to certain people that we are the problem. That we are the problem. The 4%. Because, yeah, those are my people, man. I feel their fucking pain. Every day I've seen it. Deportation. I came in the 80s here. They would go into stores and they would go into businesses. They would deport people in the street. It was kind of normal. Every weekend I would see them. And then it stopped, you know? I don't even know what the hell you guys got yourselves into. You don't even know. And you idiots that somehow forgot how it was in the 80s, man, I have no pity for you. I have no pity for you. Yeah, these are my people. And I wear it fucking proudly.
If it's ours and we're the big power, which we are, then anything that happens there, such as migrations of people, are partly the result of our policies, which is easy to show. So the immigrant is partly a result of what we've done, partly coming here to work. Crime rates, in case you're wondering, FBI records, crime rate of immigrants lower than that of native population. So, I mean, they made it up. It is a good issue. It works on the border states that they need to get, the southern states they're trying to hold on to, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and so on. So it works. They did some polling, did some focus groups, hating the other, they're savages.
The savages. The savages. Yeah. Two wings of the same dragon who will be controlled by the bankers of who run it. Yeah, I got the scripture for that too. Savages. 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 We've heard that since 1492. Savages. The rape, the slaughter, the destruction of our children, the feeding us to dogs. I got this video. I ain't lying, man. I guess today is one of those days, bro. I just, you know what I mean? I was so disappointed with the shit that I found about you guys. It's just sad, man. It's just sad. I have this short video here. Give me a second. I'm gonna kind of go back and forth because I know YouTube doesn't like it. For some reason, they get bothered by it. But so I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna go back and forth, and you see here that, you know, our people have been suffering for quite some time, and they fed us to animals because they considered us savages. And once again, we're hearing this savage, illegal immigrant, illegal alien. They're invading. They're poisoning our blood. And then all of a sudden, then you start shooting gente, and guess what? It's totally normal. That's the same thing they did to Palestine. A systematic propagandizing to twist your psychology into believing that the so-called white man was the right choice. Let's go. That shit didn't happen. It was totally real, bro. It was totally real. And you can see that happening once more again. You see savages, you see these animals, you see these beast-like mentalities. You guys think that they're joking. You guys think they're not. They call these savages. I mean, they've implanted it so much for so many years. Like, look, again, I'm not going to even go back to that. It's silly to me that you guys want to point the finger at certain people. Being misled by a bunch of idiots. When you do idiot things happen. And you have idiots like him doing harmful shit.
Wanting to fulfill the policies of Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves this guy. His organization loves this guy. And I will be very transparent, as I always am. I have voted for Donald Trump, so I would assume we were going to get somebody like this to fulfill the obligations of the United States and to protect the citizens of the United States. And again, as you can see, he called out Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for allowing all of the illegal immigrants to come to the country. Now, you saw in some of the clips he talked.
See that? But you know, here's what I again, you guys have no excuse anymore. Isaiah 30:9, that this is a rebellious people, lying children, children that will not hear the law of the Lord. Neither will these damn Christians hear it either. But you believe them. Why? Because when you're being told, hey, listen, the laws are not done away with. Certain things were, but not everything. No, I don't want to hear it because these Christians love us. They taught us the right Christianity. I tell my mom, really, Mom, you're still going to follow that shit? Which say to the seer, see not? And to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things. No. God did away with the laws. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No. Speak to us smooth things. Prophesy deceit. Well, he did away with the laws, but you can't abort certain babies. You know what I mean? Or he did away with the laws, but you can't be gay either. Not that I side with that shit, but it's the hypocrisy that's I find so striking. You Christmas Christians are a joke. And you're just disgusting people to me at this point. Get out of the way. It says, get out of the way. Turn aside of our path. Because the Holy One of Israel to cease, cause the Holy One of Israel to cease from before us. You've said this enough. Now, supposedly, your favorito, now what is he doing? Now what is he doing? For all you guys that think this was your first rodeo, you've seen this before. You signed up for this. Now you're going to see it again. Revelation 1:7, behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they shall all which and they also which pierced him. You see, regeneration is for real. And all the kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, Amen or Salah. I've told you guys, don't be surprised. This is actually a sad time to be in, but it's also a great time to be in. Because if you're a spiritual people, understanding spiritual things, you'll know that you are here to see spiritual declarations. Isaiah 46:10, declaring the end from the beginning. If we were here once before, if like, for example, the stuff that I show you, it isn't because I'm learning it. I've always known it. Not that I remembered it since I was young. No, but eventually the spirit woke. I don't see no other way because I never liked reading. I hated it. I didn't even know how to read. That was 7-8 years ago. I mean, I knew how to read, but I couldn't even put a email together. I'm not lying. I'm for real. Declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times, the things that are not yet done, because you got to go to the book to understand what is occurring. So things aren't surprising. Do you guys don't realize what the chaos is, why all the okie doke is? Everybody's trapped now in this world of Nimrod, bro. The Babylon, it's Babel. It's all confusing. Nobody knows what the fuck to do now. Excuse my language. It says here, my counsel shall stand. I will do all my pleasures. Declaring the end from the beginning. Declaring the end from the beginning. Here, let me change this color. I can't see that. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 6:4. It says here, because being ministers of his kingdom, is that it? Yeah, because being ministers of his kingdom, ye have not judged aright, nor kept the law, nor walked after the counsel of God. Now, again, being ministers of his kingdom. The Most High gives power to people. Like the fourth kingdom, the first, second, third, when he gave power to Cyrus. You know what I'm saying? When he allowed the Greeks to rule, the Romans to rule, the Assyrians to rule, right? Persia Medes to rule. When he allowed those things to rule, because being ministers of his kingdom, ye have not judged aright, nor kept the law. Obviously, he saw that these people throw the laws of God behind their shoulder. They claim to be Christians. They claim to be about the Most High, but what are they teaching? The laws are done away with. Oh, now that that's not working, now you want to reverse? So which one is it? Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places. So let them laugh, family. Let them enjoy the smile that they get from thinking of deporting you, from thinking that I can't wait for them to suffer. Let them enjoy it. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them that be in high places. For mercy will soon pardon the meanest, but the mighty men shall be mighty tormented. You think things that you do are not going to be, you know, done to you. He that leadeth to captivity shall go into captivity. You want to know why they're really going in there? Hey, by the way, I will be revealed. You were saying that President, he's talking about going into Mexico, right? Supposedly. Let me tell you something, family. Where are you at? I'll share this. There it goes. Give me a second. Y'all haven't judged rightly, man. You haven't. Horribly and speedily shall he come to you, for a sharp judgment shall be to them in high places. He gave you authority. Again, this goes to the illusion and the arrogance of you people. You actually thought that God chose you. You actually thought that.
Elect Donald Trump has vowed to begin a plan aimed at expelling every undocumented immigrant in the U.S. beginning January 20th. Efforts to start on day one, going into place today. Thank you for tuning in tonight at 5. I'm Rolly Hoyt.
And you know what the sad part is, family? That you got wobbles that are laughing at this shit. They're like really laughing. They're like, yeah, I can't wait for you beaners to get deported. Remember that so-called native came to this channel and called me a greaseback? Oh, no, sorry, a moistback. And then in the same breath, she says, I'm a Spaniard. Which one is it? Am I a beaner or am I a Spaniard? Which one is it? But again, this is how you're judging us, right? The Most High gave you authority and power. Okay. Horribly and speedily shall he come upon you. Remember this, family. This is probably the best times to be in, the scariest, but the best times to be in. You're going to see some shit manifest.
And I'm Faith Woodard. The president-elect named 2 people who are likely to head up that program. Christian Benavidez reports from Mar-a-Lago with details.
We will begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
President-elect Donald Trump's vow to begin deporting undocumented immigrants helped sweep him into office, and now he's putting the people in place to make it happen. Trump posted Sunday on Truth Social that he is naming former ICE Director Tom Homan as his border czar. Homan defended Trump's signature pledge on 60 Minutes last month.
I've seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Homan recommended the zero-tolerance policy during Trump's first administration, resulting in undocumented immigrants being separated from family members who were citizens. He told 60 Minutes this time will be different.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
CBS News has also confirmed Stephen Miller, a vocal advocate for strong immigration policies during Trump's first term, will be Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy. Neither Homan nor Miller need Senate confirmation, but Trump is pushing for the new Republican-controlled Senate to move quickly to confirm the rest of his cabinet. Trump also picked a pair of New York lawmakers to join his administration. He tapped.
See? We stand with Israel. What the fuck is that? Why aren't you guys pointing the finger at them? How come you're saying, oh, Hispanics didn't vote for us. Oh my God. What the hell are these people doing? Do you guys forget what went on in Palestine? And the Abrahamic Accord? Oh, but no, blame the 4% once more, or the 30 that decide. Oh, let's continue, man. Because I mean, I at this point, I don't even know what else to show you. I mean, I know what else to show you, but I've been saying it. Look, you're pointing the finger at each other, like, oh, this is the puppeteer. Since 1492, they've been financing this whole thing. You think they didn't know that the people here were here? Do you think they didn't know that? They know that. I'm going to show you an article at the end. Let's go.
His administration. He tapped Congresswoman Elise Stefanik for U.S. Ambassador to the UN and former Congressman Lee Zeldin to head up the Environmental Protection Agency. Christian Benavidez, CBS News, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Election day.
West Palm Beach, Florida. Oh, yeah, they love this whole deportation here, man. They're loving it now. They can't. As a matter of fact, they're going to sleep every day enjoying the fact that people will get deported.
President-elect Donald Trump's new administration is taking shape. He's already picked a so-called border czar.
Trump says Tom Homan will oversee, quote, all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. Of course, that is a quote there. Homan has been a controversial figure. He was acting ICE director in the first Trump administration and supports Trump's mass deportation plan. Here's what he told 60 Minutes.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together. Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
See that? If this doesn't pain you, I don't know what does. And if you're another nation and you're enjoying this, the scriptures talk about not having any root of bitterness. I'll read it to you. This is why I tell brothers, understand what it is. Like, you can be mad, but don't have hate. You can be upset. You can have passion, but don't wish like death upon certain people or pain for their children and families. It says it clearly in the scriptures. Hebrews 12. Apparently you guys don't believe it. Looking diligently, Hebrews 12:15, looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of God, lest any root of bitterness, it's talking about any root of bitterness spring up and trouble you, and thereby many be defiled. Now, obviously, you still got to teach the laws, statutes, commandments. You got to teach the history about the Bible, who we are, separation, all the things that matter. But at the same time, verse 14 says, follow peace with all men. That's not just the Israelites. That's not just the Hebrews, all men. Why? Because we're supposed to be the example. This is the perfect time to be the example. As angry as you guys may feel, hatred should never take root of you. But again, these people are very hateful. They'll never run away from this. And guess what? That hatred is going to be their destruction. That's going to be their destruction, their demise. I have prayer of Azariah. I don't know why I can't find it in here, family. I think it's probably in another book I got, but I'll read it again. Prayers of Azariah, chapter 1, verse 6. It says, "Oh, Ananias, Azarias, and Misael, bless ye the Lord. Praise and exalt him above all forever, the Most High." But we know who came and gave us a deeper understanding of the whole Bible. For he had delivered us from hell. Now, I want you to remember, hell isn't what these Christians have told you guys. Hell is right here. And save us from the hand of death. When you walk from the understanding of the Most High, Proverbs 21:16, you walk from the way of the understanding. And deliver us out of the midst of the furnace and burning flame. Even out of the midst of the fire had he delivered us. So even though these are very difficult times, you should be also at the same time mindful and thankful that you're going to get to see it. You're going to get to see it because this is the time. Listen, this is not our first rodeo. If you believe in the Bible, you should know that regeneration is for real. Why do you think the Messiah was saying, bro, if you're little children, you were here from the beginning? Jeremiah 1:5 says it again. He keeps saying, hey, are you Elias? Are you John? Bro, he was here already. You guys didn't see him. It literally tells you this is not new. You learned this before. You've understood this before. If anything, you should be very mindful now, more than ever. What is going to occur? And I know for a fact that there's going to be a lot of pain, but the only thing that you guys can do, matter of fact, if I were you, I'd start examining myself and praying to the Most High to have mercy upon our people and maybe put some restraint on these evil, wicked men. Barak 4:14, let them that dwell about Zion come and remember ye the captivity of my sons and daughters. You guys out there that are understanding what's going on, bro, if anything, you should have more compassion towards yourselves, which means you'll have compassion towards your brethren. Because more than ever, I don't want to see it. Even though I've been reading about it, I don't want to see it. 100 years later, we're going to see it. Let them that dwell upon Zion come and remember ye the captivity of my sons and daughters, which the everlasting had brought upon them. It wasn't these other nations, family. They weren't superior than us. It's the Most High. It's just reminded us. I've done enough classes here to show y'all who the lost tribe of Israel been. The people here in this land. There's several Hebrews here that are listening to what I'm saying. For he brought upon us a nation. For he brought a nation upon them from far. Where did Europeans come from? From afar. He brought a nation upon them from afar. Deuteronomy 28:49. A nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. They spoke English, Dutch, French, Spanish, Russian, Greek, Latin. Right? Right? Let them, he that had brought, for he had brought a nation upon them from afar. A shameless nation of a strange language, who neither reverent the old man nor pitied the child. What did he just say? Is there any other any other way to deport certain people? We just deport them together. The old man and the child. No difference in older men or children. He said grandmas, grandpas. What did he say? We're going to put children in cages and we're going to deport grandmas and grandpas and all their mamas and dads. A nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. These have carried away the dear beloved children of the widow and left her with the alone desolate without daughters. Now, let me tell you something. The widow, in case you don't know, is La Llorona. That folklore actually applies to the Meshiacha story. It was about a woman or the land crying over her children that were going to come to destruction. That's where the Llorona story comes from. The Bible talks about it in 2nd Esdras. Guess you don't know. 2nd Esdras, it talks about it. It talks about the weeping woman in chapter 9 and 10. If you understand the weeping woman, that's called the Llorona. The weeping woman is a folklore of this continent right here. Brothers and sisters, you better start waking up. Because you are in this book. For he had brought a nation upon them from afar. Where do you find that? You see, I've been teaching you guys left and right that we are the people of this book, and not just by going in Deuteronomy 28. I've gone to food, clothing, folklore, music. What else? So-called phenotype, if you want me to go there. Right? But that's not what it's about. Don't misunderstand that. There ain't no phenotype here, preference. We Hebrews are mixtures. Deuteronomy 28:49, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. That's from Europe. Europe and Africa are pretty close, skipping a hop. I don't think it's talking about certain people there. That's just me. And I sure as hell don't think it's actually talking about 70 AD. Because in 70 AD, a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, everybody knew Romans were in charge of Jerusalem. How could this be in 70 AD? No, it didn't happen in 70 AD. This is here in America, 1492. A nation from afar. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young. And Baruch 4 said that once more. He said he was going to send people from a long distance. For he had brought a nation, Baruch 4:15, upon them from far, a shameless nation of a strange language, who neither reverent old man nor pitied the child. And they have carried away their beloved children. Now, in case you don't know this, you guys need to get a book called, oh God, what is it called? Oh my God, can't believe I forgot the name of it. It's talking about our people being scattered all over the world, in case you didn't know that. And that's some things that we haven't been taught. We haven't been taught these things. It's time you guys start picking up this the pieces of the puzzle, because it's right in front of your face. Revelation 6 and 8. It says, and I looked, and behold, a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed him, and power was given unto him over the fourth part of the earth. Now this, historically speaking, and I have a book, I'm not going to look for it, I did it on other classes, shows that the fourth part of the earth was America, the land of Ophir, the region of Arsareth. And the power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth, to kill with the sword, and with hunger, and with death, and with the beast of the earth. That's captivity. That's really captivity. In case you don't know this, if you're new to this understanding, I'll show you. Baruch 3:8. It says, behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us. Oh, camera died. But thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject to payments. You see that? Economic slavery, the economic system of the spiritual capitalism. This is where we're at once more. According to the iniquity of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our God. Like myself, I did not know that I was a Hebrew. I was teaching my children at first the wrong things. No different than Abraham. Abraham's father, his father, and his great great grandfather, and when after Phaleg, they're all idolaters, worshiping other gods. It was Abraham who came back to the truth, which was then given the covenant. And at 99 years old, he's circumcised, and he was of the lineage of Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. No, the book wasn't open for everybody. That's why these Christians don't know what to do. They claim to know the Bible. They want to supposedly pass laws, but at the same time, they want to hurt people. How is that Christian, so-called? That to me is slavery. That to me is captivity. And guess what happens when you're in captivity? You're so blind that you don't even know exactly that you're actually in the middle of it. Isaiah 5:13. Therefore, my people are gone into captivity because they have no knowledge. Let me vote for Trump because I think God is dealing with him. Well, these Christians, these Calvinists, they're saying that we should be anti-abortion. Yeah, well, guess what? You just signed up to death. And their honorable men are famished of what? Not knowing the truth. And their multitude dried up with thirst. Why? Therefore, hell has enlarged herself. Oh, now you're going to feel it. And open her mouth without measure. Did you guys not hear what he said? I'm going to deport everybody, including grandmas, mothers, fathers. I don't care. You guys are savages. You're cockroaches. You are poisoning their blood. You are poisoning their blood. Now you understand why the Bible is saying what it's saying? Revelation 13:9. Somebody had mentioned it before. If any man have an ear, let him hear it, because this is true, family. So even though it's going to be painful, by all means, please put all your faith in the Most High and in the message of the Meshiach. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and the faith of the saints. So that guy is saying, yeah, I can't wait to do that. Okay, sounds good. How was he able to do this, family? How was he able to convince people that these are legal, legitimate laws to pass? That for the sake of their benefit, others will suffer. This is how he did. This is how he did it. Verse 11, and I beheld another beast coming out of the earth and had two horns like a lamb. A Christian denominating or a Christian so-called state who is now officially a church and state, who was running under a diplomatic or so-called political horn by using a two system, the Democrats and Republicans. And he spake as a dragon. And you know what that dragon is? Who is maneuvering these people? The star, right? What do they believe in? The Talmud. What do they worship? The Kabbalah. What is the Kabbalah? The Ein Sof, the Sephiroth. What is that? This is also a nation, but it's also their doctrine. If you look at the Sephiroth family, it's exactly this right here. 10 circles, 10 crowns, 7 heads. Yeah, Jacob's ladder, Jacob's trouble. Revelation 13:1, and I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horn 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. They call it Ein Sof, the tetragram, the name of God. It has 10 points, 10 circles, 10 crowns. Each one is considered a crown. And within that Sephiroth, it has a snake behind it. And within the Sephiroth concept, it's called something called Jacob's ladder, meaning 7 levels of understanding. This right here is just the same old beast, all put together. The first beast is the old. The second beast is with might and power and control. This two-land concept here is how they manage to convince y'all that it's totally okay to call people roaches. You're poisoning the bloodline, supposedly, of their people. Supposedly, right? And you guys completely accepted it. I'm gonna show you this book real quick. Check this out. Let's see if I have it here. Is it here? Yeah, I think it's here. Yep, it's right here. I shared this book with y'all before. It's called The Perils of America. The Peril of the Republic. Okay? Let me read this to you here real quick, just so you can understand where we're at. This is a book written in, I believe, 19 or 18 something. 1899. Okay. Let's go to page 154. Give me a second. I'll go quick. And yeah, please, if you guys can share and like, because honestly, we don't ask for money here. We just ask for prayers. And that you guys pass over the message. That's just the only way it's going to resonate to our people. This is the section right here, page 154. We're going to go to second paragraph. Watch this real quick. Pay attention, family. It says, we are not to doubt but we are not to doubt, but the providence had decreed to the Romans the sovereignty of the world, and the scriptures had prophesied their future grandeur, but they were strangers to those divine oracles. And besides, the bare prediction of their conquest was no justification of their conduct. Although it be difficult to affirm, and still more difficult to prove, that these people had from their first rise formed a plan in order to conquer and subject all nations, it cannot be denied but that if we examine their whole conduct attentively, it will appear that they acted as if they had a foreknowledge of this, and that a kind of instinct determined them to conform to it in all things. So what he's saying is they understood that they had a fall, but that they were going to get back in power. Check this out. He's mentioning here the expansion fever which laid forth such firm hold upon the people of Roman Republic had come upon the people of the Republic of the United States. Excuse me. In both cases, the game of the despoliation of the nations and people have opened with war solely in the cause of humanity. We're just trying to express democracy across the countries, right? In former instance, the Romans did declare the people of a small Greek republic free and independent. The U.S. has not yet even done this much. So now we get to see they're mentioning U.S. and Republic, Greece and Rome, right? I'm not saying it. They're saying it. Do we not know that most of these people are Greco-Romans, Europeans, Slavs, right? Celtics, all them people over there, they're coming back to their spiritual sense. Right? Check this out. Let's go to page 156. And we're going to go to the last paragraph right here. It says, when Abraham and his followers entered the land of Canaan, they were not permitted to destroy the sinful inhabitants, but said the Most High, addressing the Father of faithful and referring to Israel, in the fourth generation that shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full. So it's in a sense, without having to read it all, he's talking about how it was not yet full for the Amorites to die, or Sodom and Gomorrah. It was not yet full for those nations to pass away, right? So all of these things that are occurring, all of this pain and future suffering of certain people, right? It's part of Jacob's trouble. In the Bible, some page 59, I believe, page 159, in the Bible, by the pen of the prophet Daniel and of the Reverend John, we have in advance of this enactment of the history of Rome and the United States, the two great republics of the West. Daniel spake and said, we know what this is. The fourth great beast came up from the sea, right? Diverse from one another, having all like form of all the nations before, right? Babylon, Persia, Rome, correct? I'm just kind of scanning through so you can understand what this book is saying. Check this out. It says here, moreover, page 161, it was a state composed of this apostasy of a republic, not imperialism, because it used to be a republic. Remember the 13 colonies? That was a republic. It was such a state with which the apostate church of early days, the man of sin, the Bible, the Bible united, and this union made the papacy, the first beast of the Bible. as mentioned in Revelation 13. We just touched on that. In the same 13th chapter of Revelation, it is written, and I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb. Now, remember, family, when I brought this whole thing that I showed you guys, somebody saying supposedly it was the spirit of the Most High, and that's how they understood. Nah, bro, they read it from this book. The lamb explains it here that is America, and it's Democrats and Republicans. So whoever went around saying that, oh, that was their supposedly understanding and that they never read it anywhere, that it was from the Most High, they're lying to you. Those are false prophets because you can actually see what they're teaching. I'm not claiming that. I'm telling you, I can connect the Bible and get a historical book that says similar things. And guess what? All of a sudden, because I read and I listen to people, I find out, oh, so you're plagiarizing. So you're using other people's so-called prophecies to make a claim that you brought it out. Nate the Snake. Just saying. He's depicted as the rise of the United States, coming up peacefully out of the earth instead of forming amidst long years of tumult and fighting, as was the case with all the other powers. It is represented as having two horns like a lamb. A horn in prophecy signifies power, and the two great principles which have given power to the United States and made her what she is today, she, the whore, are Protestantism and Republicanism. You see, Democrats and Republicans. But Protestantism and Republicanism, because they used to be Democrats, these were the Republicans and these were the Democrats. That's what it means. These were Republicans, these were Democrats in the past. So now if you were to look at it, these are Democrats and these are Republicans today. So what the the Protestantism and the Republicanism are both in their spirit pacific. That is, they are lamb-like. Hence the word had two horns like a lamb. It is obvious from this that should these two horns of power be plucked up, as it were, should they be abandoned, and the Roman Catholic principles in things religious and the monarchical ideals in things civil take the possession of this government, then at once everything that is lenient and lamb-like in the government would at the very moment disappear. What are we talking about? Fascism, right? No more is it all Democrats and Republicans, let's be civil. No, they don't give a shit no more. All of that lamb-like attitude is gone. The lenient and lamb-like in the government would at that very moment disappear. What are they talking about now? They're not being civil, family. And nothing but despotism be in their place, meaning white power, white power, white power. In other words, it is prevalence of these two principles, Protestantism and Republicanism, which alone makes the government lamb-like in nature until this happened. And I'm going to show you what happened. It says here, page 165, already this nation has commenced a war against men who plead for Republican principles in their island homes. All right? Come on, Trump, you can't be doing that. Nope, don't matter. It don't matter. It's a church and state now. The mindset is done. That's why you guys are done. You guys are done. Your spirit is done. That's it. You drank it. According to the prophecy, it is yet to go the furthest step in awful path and kill men for desiring Protestant principles in these United States. Meaning, like, for example, Democrats, they just want to be fair. They're going to kill them because they don't want that no more. For it is written of the United States. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast. The image is what? The church. The fake fucking religion. That the image of the beast should both speak and cause that all as many would not worship the image of the beast, should be killed. So now what are they saying? If you don't worship America and its Christian doctrines, you will go to jail. And you want to know why they do that? Because they're going to use the Insurrection Act and say, you're going against America. We're deporting these beaner spicks, wetbacks. We already made a claim. Here's how I know that this prophecy has manifested. Because here in this book, in 1899, mind you, it also talks about that when this occurs, they will be under one person, and they'll use this one person to claim that the good old days are gone, that we need to recapture them, meaning make America great again. The people of this world are proclaiming peace and preparing for war. right? Isn't that what we saw January 6th? Right wing saying, you better vote right wing or we're going to destroy ya. Never has there been a state of affairs so utterly incongruous. With one voice, Donald Trump, not the Republican people, Donald Trump. With one voice, men, there should be a comma there, with one voice, comma, men unite in declaring that the halcyon days are at hand. I showed you this before. What does that mean? That the days of prosperity, denoting a period of time in the past that was ideally happy and peaceful. Right? Right? The halcyon days of the mid-1980s when profits were soaring. Make America great again. So when these people stand behind one man declaring MAGA, well, at the same time, they get ready for the biggest of powder and projectile that has ever been proposed during the history of the earth. What are they saying? We're going to deport all of you so-called Hispanics that are illegal, and then we're going to invade Mexico. And then guess what Trump's going to do? He's going to give an open door to these Israelis to get rid of and destroy more Palestinians. You don't think it's true? We're right here in these times. And more than ever, they said they were going to get desperate. We have but an hour. Didn't they say we have but an hour? Daniel 7:1. In the first year, Balthazar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and a vision of his head upon it. And visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sum of the matter. Let me skip it. Verse 6. After this I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back 4 wings of fowls. And the beast had 4 heads, and dominion was given unto it. Who is that? You guys know who that is? You need to understand who these nations are so you can connect the dots with the scriptures. Let's go to Revelation 13 real quick. I'll show you. Revelation 13:1. We read this already. And I stood upon the sea, the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. Now, some people can say the nations, and you know what I'm saying, the 7, all this and that. Honestly, me personally, this is more of a spiritual sense, and I think it's talking about the power behind this, the Kabbalah. Who is in power making these decisions? These Talmudists. They have more power than these other people here, in case you don't know this. Did you not see the star? Did you not see why they won? And the beast, which I saw like unto a leopard, and his feet were like as the feet of a bear, and his mouth was as the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. So now we're seeing a beast, a mixture of all 4, right? So to speak. And I saw one of his heads that it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast. That was Rome, right? That's why he was mentioning the similarity between Rome and the United States, right? The 4th beast. And they worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, church and state now. And they worship the beast. It's got to be a Christian nation, right? Saying who is like unto the beast and who is able to make war with him. Now we see this here. Now, again, remember, this is why you see the confusion. This is why Daniel had talked about what he said back in Daniel 2. A nation of mixed people who will never get along. They'll never see eye to eye. They will always be at war. And whereas Daniel 2:41, and whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part potter's clay and part of the iron, the kingdom shall be divided. Like here. But there shall be in it of the strength of the iron. For as thou saw the iron mixed with merry clay. And as the toes of their feet were part iron and part clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. A two-faced system. Who's the strong and who's the broken? And it says here on verse 43, and whereas thou sawest iron mixed with merry clay, They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. Till we see a nation of people of all kingdoms, of all languages, not getting along. Once more, Babylon again, right? They try to get along in Babylon. What happened? No understanding. They all went their own way, so to speak. So, I mean, look, what I like to always look at is what this means to us. In case you guys didn't realize, Babylon, it's once more again here. We saw it in Genesis 4. I'm sorry, Genesis 4. Genesis 11, I believe. Let me just read it real quick. Yeah, Genesis 11, the Tower of Babel. And he says here, verse 3, Genesis 11:3, and they said one to another, go to, let us make brick. In case you guys don't know, brick means name. And name means shame. Let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And that says, let us go build a city and a tower, whoso top may reach unto the heavens. Don't they want to be like God's here? Don't they say that this is the true religion? Aren't they kicking people out because supposedly you guys are illegals, you are criminals, and they're so righteous because they're Christians? Their white Jesus is the way, the truth, and the light. Their religion of hatred. Isaiah 14:12. You guys need to understand what is going on. We're almost done. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into the heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the cloud. I will be like the Most High. Aren't they worshiping God loves America as if he really chose these people? I will ascend like the Most High is when they became a church and state. This is probably one of the, I could say, maybe most definitive moments that I could feel like, man, the Bible is really in front of our face. Because look, remember how the guy was saying, is there any pity? You know what I mean? Could you do it any like with some morals? It's like, nah. I don't have pity on the old or the young. Look, Wisdom of Solomon 2:12. Therefore, let us lie in wait for the righteous, because he is not for our turn. He is clean, contrary to our doings. He upbraided us with our offering the law. With our offending the law, and objected to our infamy, the transgressions of education. He profited to have knowledge of God, and he calleth himself the child of the Lord. He was made to reprove our thoughts. He is grievous unto us, even to behold. For his life is not like other men's. His ways are of another fashion. We are esteemed of him as a counterfeit, and he abstaineth from our ways as from filthiness. He pronounceth the end of the just to be blessed. Yes, I do. And make it his boast that God is his father. You damn right. But he says this, let us see if his words be true, and let us prove what shall happen in the end of him. It says here, for if the just man be the son of God, he will help him and deliver him from the hands of his enemies. So then they go, let us examine him with despitefulness and torture. Operation Wetback, repatriations. Sending text messages to people that don't deserve to be hearing that shit. That's the spitefulness and torture. That we may know his meekness and prove his patience. Through patience, you earn the kingdom of the Most High. Through patience. Remember, Revelation 13 and 9 and 10 says, Revelation 13 and 10, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience of the saints. Kind of, hopefully didn't mess that up. But it says, let us condemn him with shameful death, for by his own saying he shall be respected. However, in the verse it says, even though they despitefully torture you, they want to see how meek and patient you are. They're dealing with the children of the Most High, family. You got something coming, but you got something special as well. Yes, it is crazy and fearful, but at the same time, it's the probably most beautiful thing to be around, because you're going to see the Bible manifest in its fullness. That means you were supposed to be here to see this. And that's going to be pretty crazy. Because if you were supposed to be here to see this, then that means that we're on the right track for the most part. This is again from Port Tobacco Times and Charles County Advertiser, April 3, 1850. The 10 tribes of Israel, or the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Let's digest this, and then we're done. Major Noah, one of the leading and most intelligent Jews of this country, having been asked to indicate the probable locations of the 10 tribes of Israel, submits the following highly interesting views. The subject always one of the deep interests has occupied the research of most eminent divine and historians. Many years ago, Boudinot of New Jersey published a work of great interest called The Star of the West. You guys know that book, in which he attempted to prove that the North American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. And I call all you Mexicas the same thing, all right? It's not just Mexicans. We're descendants of the lost tribes of Israel, or the lost tribes, I'm sorry. The work was read and laid aside with incredulity. What does that word mean? Let's see. Incredulity. It says the state of being unwilling or unable to believe in something. See? They were unwilling or unable. Sometimes the Most High puts that spirit upon you. You were unwilling and unable to believe who you were punishing. You guys are punishing the children of the Most High. Let it be known now. Let it be known now, because the spirit is there. You talk about Jacob's trouble. This is Jacob's trouble. The work was read and laid aside with incredulity. 40 years, however, have developed many circumstances and discoveries tending to confirm. Let me read that again for the people in the back. 40 years, however, have developed many circumstances and discoveries tending to confirm the opinion of Dr. Boudinot. Now, this is in 1850. So that means in 1810. It's been going around for some time, right? It says, and the work, though out of print, is one which to the curious would imply repay perusal, whatever. Now, let me remind you, family, in case you don't know this, but the Lutheran newsletter, which was written in 1900, September 9th, it actually said that in 1900, it still wasn't allowed to print a Bible in any Spanish book or even in a Spanish dialect. So at this time in 1850, only about 3% of the population in Mexico and down south knew how to read and write in Spanish. Mind you, people here already knew. You got to remember, are we really the same people? Or did we really experience the same curses? And are we really experiencing still the same curses? The same ones. Not just a few, the same ones. We have never doubted the fact. 9.5 tribes were carried captive from Samaria. 2.5 Judah, Benjamin, and half of Manasseh remain in Judea. You see this? Some of them were still there. Or in the Transjordan cities, and later constitute the 8 million of the existing nations. All that we know of the route taken is from the Ezras, an apocryphal book. Now, I read you guys how we went from west to east, not from east to west. You guys remember that? We didn't go around those ships around Africa. We know that now. And all we know that the route taken is from the second Ezras, an apocryphal book but one of the great antiquities, and one entitled to respect and notice runs thus. Whereas thou sawest another peaceable multitude, this is 2 Esdras 13 and 40. These are the tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hosea. Remember, this is here in the States in 1850 in an article. Still being mindful, whether you want to believe it or not, he says some of them didn't want to, or just didn't want to, couldn't believe it, or didn't want to believe it. So they came into another land. Then he says they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go into a further country where mankind never dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept in their own land, Assyria. And there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. They marched towards the northeast of Asia, see, from Israel, crossing Middle East, crossing India, going up north through Asia. So remained in Tartary, and many went into China, where they have been 1,600 years, and are numerous in this day. So he says, but the main body crossed at Bering Strait, meaning the Straits of Anian. In case you don't know, I showed you guys this before. Let me go back here. So, because in case we got some new people, let me just remind you guys where the Straits of Anian is. People call them the Bering Strait. That's what they called it. But it's actually the Straits, or the Straits, Los Straches de Anian. This is from a book from David Rumsey from 1518. Okay. And I'm going to show you where the Straits of Anian are. This is the Bering Strait, he calls it, right? So he's saying that the 10 tribes went this way. Let me show you that they went this way. From here all the way across here, right? And then they went up north to here. This is why in 1587, everybody knew Anian. Everybody knew why you see Arsareth here, the region of Arsareth. The Straits of Anian, Straits de Anian, right? Kivari. You guys seen that or heard that word in several books. So this is what they call the Bering Strait, okay? So what they're saying is that they marched over, right? The Bering Strait. The main body crossed at the Bering Strait, where? The Strechos de Anian, okay? That we crossed there, excuse me, to our continent. Excuse me, our continent, not yours. And the more hardy keeping in the north, Hudson Bay and Greenland. And more cultivated passed down unto the shores of Pacific, to California, to Central America, and Peru. And there they met with their old enemy, the Phoenicians, so they say, who having discovered the country 500 years before previously, had formed colonies, built a city of Palenque with pyramids, those like. So here, now we see where a lot of people fell for the okie doke. This right here, he's basing it off of the writings of Diodorus Siculus and supposedly findings of the Phoenicians. But you see, the Phoenicians knew of people here already, and they weren't Phoenicians. It was us. Here we see a little bit of a little structure of their own history. But let's continue. He starts naming a bunch of people, together with the hieroglyphics, zodiacs, temples, military roads, aqueducts, viaducts, bridges of great beauty, existing at this time, and providing that they were built and settled by those who had erected Tyre, Babylon, and Carthage, right? Again, once again, falling for the okie doke. In a sense, he says, oh yeah, but Ezra says to a land that never mankind dwelt. So are you basing it off the Bible, or are you basing it off your understanding? You reference Ezra's, but Ezra says to a land where never mankind dwelt. But then you say in the same breath, oh, well, Tyre and Zidon were already there. You see how stupid it is, family? Do not lose focus when you're reading these things. Stick to the script. Understand the Bible, and you'll never be confused. When the tribes of Israel encountered their old enemy, they were fell upon, destroyed, Then you need this, right? And when Columbus discovered the country, he found the various tribes of Indians whose origin was unknown, blah, 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 blah. We know this. We trace the mark of the tribes through Asia and this continent. But see, here he says that they understand that we came through that direction. And why? Because their belief in one God. We weren't savages. They weren't worshiping all kinds of gods, and their computation of time by their ceremonies of the new moon. This is why I was telling you, my brother, that I follow the moon, because our people were keeping it. And I proven it through the Old Testament, the Apocrypha, Enoch, and Jubilees as well. And the division of the year in 4 seasons. That's why it's silly to me that you Christians, Christmas Christians, celebrate the New Year's in January 1st. You're 2 months into winter, stupid asses. Show me where the Bible it says you're supposed to celebrate New Year's. Show me, Christians. In the division of the year in 4 seasons, we understood that. We understood that the day of the corn was, in a sense, Passover. In the erection of the temples, having an Ark of Covenant, and also in the erection of the altars. This is why our temples look a lot like the Ziggurats, by the division of nations into tribes, which a chief general Sechem at their head, by their laws or sacrifices, ablutions, marriages, ceremonies, and war and peace, meaning that we actually, that's why some of us still practice this. Our daughters are virgins, older women. I can proudly say my daughter's still 21 years old, keeping herself prepared for her marriage. This is what, and this society right here, family, and I came into this understanding 7 years ago. So again, if you have a righteous seed, you will bring righteous children who will not have to be convinced to believe. They will believe because they'll see you change too. They'll see you as a tree developing into a fruitful bough. By the laws and sacrifices and ablutions, marriages, ceremonies, and war and peace, prohibition of eating certain things. Who brought the swine? They did. By traditions, history, character, appearance. By tradition, fringes. By history, we eat grasshopper. No other nation does that, but here in Mexico. By character, what do? The Llorona, the weeping woman, right? All of those things. The appearance, the long hair, all of those things. The affinity of their language to the Hebrews. And finally, hold on a second, the affinity of their language to the Hebrews. Meaning the similarity. I have phenomenal books that talk about the similarity of our people here and the Hebrew words as well. And one of these classes pretty soon, maybe my next one, I'll do it. And finally, by the everlasting covenant of the heirship exhibited in a perpetual transmission of its seal in the flesh, a custom only and later relinquished. I can't read that word. Heirship. All the Indians on the American continent, listen, from Labrador, meaning North America, to Cape Horn, are the descendants of the tribes of Israel, which Ezra says went into a further country. You chihuahuas that claim to be that, well, this is what you're finding out. This is why I'm telling you, family. This is why it's important. Be patient. Persevere. Don't be afraid. This is the most beautiful and painful time to be in. Baruch 4:25, my children, suffer patiently. Remember, they're going to test our patience, right? Wisdom of Solomon said that. They're going to test our patience. They're going to supposedly say, hey, these supposedly people that claim to be the sons of God, let's see if they really are. Let's see if they really are the sons of God. Because if they really are the sons of God, guess what? We're going to test their patience and meekness. You understand what I'm saying? My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you from God, for thine enemy hath persecuted thee. But shortly you shall see his destruction. Like this idiot right here. Care Bear. What a name. You're saying I'm an idiot. Your name is Care Bear. That's more stupid than stupider. My delicate ones have gone through rough ways and were taken away as a flock caught of the enemies. We'll go to verse 27. Be of good comfort, O my children, and cry unto God, for ye shall be remembered of him that brought these things upon you. This is why I tell you, and I never really said this before, but if you have the chance, I would highly suggest it. Revelation 18:2. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon, the great is fallen, and it's become the habitation of devils, like this one right here. And the hold of every foul spirit, like this one right here. And the cage of every unclean and hateful bird, like this one right here. You dumbass as hell as well. You're a dumbass as well? You're a dumbass as well? Wait, I'm a dumbass as well? What do you mean as well? That means you made a comment before. So what do you mean as well? So I'm a dumbass and then something else? Damn, Care Bear. Now I know how foul you are. For all the nations have drunk the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth have waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. So like here, this example, this Christmas Christian that celebrates Christmas on December 25th, even though the Bible doesn't say to do that, says I'm stupid, says I'm dumb. Let me guess, because I'm so-called Hispanic? Is that what it is, Care Bear? What a name. What a name. Anyways, let's finish this off and then we're done, family. I want to play this video and then that's it. This one and this other one that this lady, this young girl says, and then that's it.
Why should a child who is an American citizen have to pack up and move to a country that they don't know?
Because their parent obviously entered the country illegally, had a child knowing he was in the country illegally, so he created that crisis.
See that? But Care Bear says that I'm a dumbass. Oh, Care Bear. Let me close some windows up, family, real quick. Again, this book is called The Peril. This is a good book, family. If I would you, it's only about 100, almost 200 pages. It's easy to read. Skim through it. By Piercy Magan. Magan. Piercy Maga. Maga expose you. The eagle. Remember Deuteronomy 28? Again, this book was written in 1899, I believe. Yeah. How did she know? Or he know? Right? I'm gonna leave you with this video, and that's a call.
Most people across the world don't.
Tonight, I'm gonna call it a night. Leave with this video. I would say finish it, please. Stick around, and then after that, I got a couple songs, and then I'm out. Okay, I appreciate you guys for being here, family. Please hit the like, subscribe, share this channel. We don't ask for money here. You'll never see this ever. I will never ask for money. The Most High's word does not come at a charge. Salvation should not cost you a damn thing. You call people dumbass, so are you. Oh, you got offended? Hey, if the shoe fits, wear it, wait. Hey, pendejo. Your mama's on crack. Is your mom on crack? No. Are you a pendejo? I hope not. Because if you're not, then you shouldn't be offended. And if your mom's not on crack, then you shouldn't. But if you feel offended because you think I called you a dumbass, it's because you probably are. See, as a man thinketh, so is he. Let's go.
Really conceptualize the idea that the US is not only violating international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter globally, internationally, they are also violating the principles of the UN Charter domestically, which is something that we really need to talk about, especially in this day and age, especially after the elections that we saw. You need to understand that the US is quite literally a war zone. A war against itself. The government is at war against the people, just like they're at war against the people of the entire world. And something that highlights this a lot is the numbers of the people, the amount of people being killed on a daily basis. I mean, 117 people are murdered in the United States of America every single day on average. Just by gun violence. 117 people in a population with 300 million. What's another country with a population around 300 million? Oh, it's Indonesia. How many people killed there on a daily basis in 2022? 2 people on average. 2 people on average killed every day, in comparison to 117 killed just through gun violence in the United States of America absolutely every single day. The amount of people killed in Indonesia in 2022 was 832 people, right? To reach that number of an entire year of people killed in Indonesia, you just have to live 1 week in the United States of America. 1 week and they reached an entire year of the amount of people killed in Indonesia just through gun violence. That number is absolutely diabolical. It is a number that you will only ever see in war zones. Like absolutely every single war zone in the entire world combined. Children who are either killed or injured. This is prior to the genocide that began in Gaza. There are 27 children who are either injured or killed in every single war zone combined worldwide. In the US, do you want to give it a guess? Does anyone want to give me a number of children who are either injured or killed just through gun violence on a daily basis in the United States of America? Can anyone put down a number in there? Do you think it's gonna come close to absolutely every single war zone combined? Because it is. In the world, it's 27, all of them combined. In the US alone, it's 23. They're both in the 20s, and one of them is just through gun violence and just in the United States. of America. So the government is failing to safeguard their own people. This is absolute insanity. This is not normal in any way, shape or form. And you think it's normal to hear gunshots, it's not. You think it's normal for a school to be shot up, it's not. You think it's normal for children to be killed, 23 children to be injured or killed absolutely every single day in one single country that is not technically at war. It's not normal. I mentioned that in Indonesia, it was 832 people killed in 2022. And in the US, it was 21,593. That is more than 20,000 more people who were killed just through gun violence in the United States of America. In 2023, it was more than 40,000 people killed. And talking about 2023, let's talk about police violence against the people of the United States of America, because those are not police. They are a domestic military. Because they kill more people every single day in their own country than the amount of people killed on a daily basis in Indonesia. In 2023, 1,163 people were murdered by the police. That's more than every single person killed in Indonesia combined, by around 300 people. You have a domestic military. This is domestic terrorism. Because of course it comes with an agenda. Of course it comes with an agenda. 70% of the people killed are people of color, even though they only make up 30% of the entire population. What do you make of that? 70% of every single person killed by the police in 2023 was a person of color. And we've seen how that happens. We've seen it on cameras. We've seen it with George Floyd. We've seen it with so many other people of color who are instantly villainized by the police, seen as a threat even when they are not. And they are killed by this domestic military that the government uses to kill its own people. Therefore, it is at war with their own civilians. Again, another violation. Right? Not only are they failing to safeguard their population, they are also instigating and causing the deaths, the murders of their own people. Right? In 2023, we are talking 70% of the people killed by the police in 2023 under Biden's administration. So don't come here thinking that Joe Biden or that the Democrats or the Republicans are two different parties. They are one and the same. They share the same policies. They just pretend that they don't. They use different words, but essentially what they do is the exact same. As you can see, absolutely every single violation that they've committed across the entire world has been under their Democratic Party and their Republican Party. It's been under both of them. And the same policies have occurred. We have seen them use the same policies no matter what side you're on. No matter if you're a Democrat or Republican, you are going to be faced with the same policies, both internationally and domestically. They are going to be acting in the same way, and that's why the entire system needs to be changed. That's why they need to be removed and sanctioned. That's why they need to be held accountable, because the amount of people being killed in the United States of America just by the police, who are literal war criminals because they are the military of the United States of America. That number is insane. Those police officers should not be tried in courts in the United States of America. They should not be tried in the Supreme Court. They should be tried in the ICC because they are committing war crimes against their own people on a daily basis.
Todo el barrio prendido, siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra, no me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera, verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera, el barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote, un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote, me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote, pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote, me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia, que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia, yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia, pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias, si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle, no puedes salir uno con mi porque ya hay detalles. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quiere mi dinero, pero que chinga su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo, pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco, no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos baisas de hachís, mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados, de coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt, en cabina cuando grabo, represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado, con el perro de la C bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado, bien bajado ese balón, compa Lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal, carnal. Crazy life todo el día, viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en canala o en hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palancas. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada, se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC Davo los desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. El sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón. Es el perrito de la C. La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yipi-yo, yipi-yucas. Buenas, Montegreen, Aguas, Tijuas y San Lucas. San Luis Potoyes, Mataulipas, La Puebluca. Dime si o no, loco, acá tienen lo que buscas.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Puro hip
Oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
En la Plaza de Reyes, la Chumeta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flujo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi pro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Negro Luigi, man, desde Peña,
la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña, te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. It's Incas Mob, negro. It's Incas Mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, It's money gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo sé de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que paro de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no existe patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango en la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cemental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base. Traigo a los gangsters, más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia gang. ¿Cómo dice? Llaman a Red.
Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal silence, physical redemption hasta que acabe el baile. Typical style, musical fraile. Mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love, 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 siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cypher, feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Throw the tangle in the street. Reggae music. music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Flow the jungle in the street. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Guarda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas, más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa, no tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza, las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza, la belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
El de reventar el beat. Flow the jungle in the street. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Flow the jungle in the street. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vueltas que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school. It's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de Benur, pero cálida y del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killaman, Smoker, Chusta, Feel Light, Rasta, Child Metal, Kimanes, Original Reggae, Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, entre los Kalin en la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, soltar my friend, yo. Reggae warriors again, making connection after connection, my new world, reaching the freedom from them, me more. Nanny boy, represent this game.
What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Flow the jungle in the street. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Flow the jungle in the street. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Falta presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer. Que solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca siempre una alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así. Y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from. Solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, Killaman al mando. Oh, na, na, na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios, para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre mi imaginario, quemo cheques bancarios. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya. What? Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? El de reventar el beat. Reggae music band hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.